All right, it's time for week 6. We got the Fantasy Football Network crew here. We got Corey and Kyle from Boom Bust Fantasy Football. We got Ben and Zach Attack from the Fantasy Shot Callers. And we got Zachary with Pro Football Craze. There you go. Dang, let's see if I can get that name correct. I just got everyone.
We'll get them out.
Yep. All right, guys. So we are going to be taking questions off of YouTube. I don't know if we set up Facebook or not, and we've got IG going as well. So I'll be taking some questions from IG. I'm live over there. So yeah, let's get this going. Let's see. How's everyone doing today?
Very well.
Fantastic.
Whole lot better than the last couple of weeks, that's for sure.
With these London Sunday games, I get off work at like midnight, 4 hours of sleep. It's wonderful. It's like I'm like a little kid on Christmas waiting for football. Like I'll turn over a couple times and be like, oh, it's 5 a.m. Oh wait, no, I should probably sleep for another hour.
It is exciting. I love waking up and just having football going. It's nice.
I do too, but why is it always the Jaguars in these games?
They're the only team that is willing to play home games over there because they have no fans. I think the Chargers should look into it. They probably have more of a home field advantage if they were playing over in London then.
You're probably right, actually. So, what's up, Cockpit? How's it going over there in the chat? You got any lineup advice you need from us this week? I'll give you the best. I promise I'll give you great advice.
We're playing Cockpit in like 4 damn leagues.
Yeah, and it's in a lot of those leagues where we can't we have McCaffrey on IR and stuff. Like you're lucky this week, Cockpit.
Yeah, the Panthers completely mishandled that situation. Being a Panthers fan myself, the fact that we left him off of IR for pretty much 3 weeks just to place him on IR,
oh, dude, breaks my heart.
It makes no sense.
I got too much stock in him for that. Like I wanted to cry, legit. Because I had him last year in a couple leagues too, and I just watched him sit all year long. He had 3 games where he played, and he got 80 points a game when he played, but it was only 3 games.
You right, James. You right. Drafting McCaffrey at number 1 overall, worst decision we made all year. Poor drafting.
Seems like a good idea at the time. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
And then in one of our dynasties that we're in with him, I'm trying to trade for Hubbard, and he's like, "I'll take DK Metcalf," and you're like, "Bruh."
let me ask Zach here, Zachary. We'll go with Craze there. You'll be Zach Attack. Yeah. Well, that's how we'll differentiate here. So I'll ask Zach. How do you feel about Chuba Hubbard? Since he's Canadian, do you have this bromance with him too, or is that?
I liked him coming out of college, and I was quite happy when the Panthers took him because I thought that they would lean on him a little more to take the weight off of Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, when we started the season, we didn't actually see that. The Panthers were like, "You're Christian McCaffrey, you're going to touch the ball 50 times a game," which I thought they were going to dial back on, so that he didn't get hurt. So when he did get hurt, I think Chuba can fill in, but he's not the same out of the backfield in the passing game. So when you need that Christian McCaffrey, he's going to be that check down guy. He's always open. He'll turn screens into 50-yard plays. And I don't think Chuba's quite as explosive, but he's still good fantasy, and he'll be fantasy relevant as a high-end RB2 going forward while Christian McCaffrey's out.
Yeah, no doubt. I like how James says, it wasn't a 1-for-1. James, I saw those offers because we were getting some LOLs out of them. So don't try to come at me with that.
That's true. It was like, God, what was it? It was like Hubbard and Higgins and somebody else that wasn't worth a crap for Deontay Johnson and DK. That was the offer. So
that's fun.
It was actually worse than a 1-for-1. So you're not helping your argument. I don't know. We got someone spamming our chat.
Yeah.
I was like, huh?
Ignore those. I'm just going to go and delete those. That's weird. All right, just ignore those. Anyways.
That's the first time I've seen that. A little spam in the chat.
Yeah, that's weird.
That means That means we've made it, fellas.
We've made it now.
We made it. Get the bot comments everywhere.
Yeah, holy hell.
Yeah, they're flooding us here.
a nice breakfast there, spam and eggs.
Jeez, that's wild. Okay.
God, I haven't had spam like since I was a kid, I think. like actual spam.
Damn.
Jeez.
How do I?
Well, they're relentless with it, aren't they?
There
Wow.
we go.
Wow.
I think I could get that stopped.
Jalen Waddle's having a game right now.
Yeah.
Got a second
Yeah, he is.
touchdown.
I had to
Sitting on my
start him in a
bench.
league, and so thank goodness. he's
If
having a
anybody,
day.
there's nobody more thankful that Tua's back than Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
And all the Jalen Waddle owners. I mean, he is the number one pass catching. What I'm really excited about is that Mike Gesicki is finally getting looks from Tua, partly because Will Fuller's out again, and then Devontae Adams had 7 targets in week 1, so that really kept from Mike Gesicki because Mike Gesicki put up a dud in week 1. So having Parker out definitely helped Gesicki owners like myself because I'm super high on him this year, and he is looking like a I'd say top 7 tight end as of right now.
He's one of those guys, like, I always liked his talent, but I never cared for his situation, so I never owned him anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, if he can start getting some looks, he could be a weapon for them for sure.
So now with Gesicki, though, it's like 95% of his snaps, he's playing as a wide receiver. So like next year when they analyze all the data and everything, is he going to actually be labeled as a wide receiver in fantasy? Because they actually do look at that after the fact. I mean, that's
Could
how
end
can
up
he-
like Tunyon last year and just have dual wide receivers
Right.
in,
Mm-hmm.
which that would be
that'd be
interesting.
huge.
No doubt. Mr. Sarcastic over here says he started Waddle over Gibson at flex.
Wow.
Man, that's a bold move.
As a-
Even against the
Touche.
Chiefs defense, I
It's working out, I guess, for now
Yeah.
until we see how Gibson does. But that's a bold move.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nervous.
I hope your wide receivers are stacked.
No joke.
Huevos Grandes there, man.
Right. It's paying off so far, but Ben, you're right. I hope those wide receivers are pretty stacked, and Waddle shouldn't have been in one of those slots, but I'm guessing so. I mean, if you got Waddle, if you got Gibson
Gibson at
in
your
your
flex.
I'm guessing that
Yeah.
team, it's probably like an 8-team league or something. 16
16 league. Yeah. I mean,
That's
Waddle
probably-
was a late draft anyways for everybody, so.
Yeah. Apparently Washington is missing some O linemen.
Everybody's missing O lineman right now. I
Yeah. And, I mean, with that as well, missing O lineman, I think it opens it up a lot more for J.D. McKissick. And as we've seen over the years, J.D. McKissick, it's like every 2 or 3 games he has just a breakout. And
Just
so, like,
40
I called it on our podcast this week that he would have that breakout game this week, especially against that porous Chiefs defense. It's going to be a shootout. And, I mean, you better be starting everyone on both teams.
Yeah, and the Chiefs linebackers are absolutely terrible. So that's going to be good for Gibson and McKissick coming out of the backfield because their linebackers cannot cover to save their life. So both of them
And it's
should
like-
see the target.
And I mean, we'll see if Chris Jones is back this week. I haven't heard if he is or not because he is like a pivotal point in that defense. I mean, Daniel Sorensen has kind of been MIA this year. He's made some crucial mistakes to help the Chiefs lose. But, I mean, the Chiefs have had a tough schedule, and I think Zach Attack has a good take on what the Chiefs are this year.
Chris Jones
I mean-
is out, by the way, just real quick.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
He's inactive, so.
No, yeah, I mean, I just think KC, like that dynasty that we all talked about, and everyone kind of put them up on that pedestal, but they never really necessarily deserved it, right? And look at what happened past 2 years in the Super Bowls. They were outplayed 7 out of 8 quarters in those games. So in the end, I think we're kind of seeing what they are with the Chiefs. They're definitely going to be a playoff team, but I don't think they're going to be going that deep in the playoffs.
Ouch. Hot. Just way to go against the grain there. I like it.
Their defense reminds me of, like, the Cowboys' defense of the last few years. Like, it's bad.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Non-existent, pretty much.
And the offense isn't stepping up to take over like the Cowboys. I mean, honestly, the Cowboys defense is not that great for like stopping wide receivers, like fantasy wise. Like they get turnovers, which is great for like real life. But I mean, with they're giving up coverage, like Diggs like has the most interceptions in the league, which is great. But at the same time, he does give up a lot of yardage. So for like PPR formats, that's awesome if you're playing the Cowboys defense, in my opinion.
Yep.
Yeah.
And speaking against going against the grain, the Sandwich God would not like Bernie's take very much because he is a huge Kansas City fan.
Oh, speaking of Sandwich God, dude, that episode was money. I love that show.
Thank you.
I look forward to tackling the tailgate, man. I love that show.
Only if I'm not hungry. It's like you don't go grocery shopping when you're hungry, kind of thing. You don't watch tackling the tailgate unless you've eaten first. Like,
Exactly.
We should play that later in the evening just to be safe. Is what we
Right,
should do.
right.
Otherwise,
Exactly.
I'm watching your show and I'm like hangry, and I'm just like, I don't know if I actually like this or not.
Now I want a 50-50 burger. I don't have any pork or beef in the house, and I'm just pissed off then.
I'm just like, I don't know how to cook.
Yeah.
Throw a Hot Pocket in the microwave and just call it good at that point.
Yeah, that's what I do. Shoot.
All right, we got one from James over here. He says, rank these flex guys: Myers, Cooks, Shepard, Darrell Williams.
I think that's a pretty good order. You got them in already, honestly.
Yeah. I think Myers definitely is first.
Yep.
Again, they're playing the Dallas defense that I just kind of talked about. I am making the bold prediction this week that Myers finally finds the end zone. Cooks, is Tyrod back? Is Tyrod playing this week?
No.
No, he's not.
Oh, no.
General Mills.
Oh, General Mills. Well, I mean, let's see. I after basically a dud last week from Cooks, I don't see him producing like he did in week 1 and 2. I can see him getting like maybe 10 points in full PPR, but with the emergence of Kadarius Toney, Shepard is going to take a back seat because they both play in the slot. So it's going to be fun to see what they can do, especially because Danny Dimes is playing this week. I just think that it could be fortuitous for both wide receivers with Kenny Golladay out, with Darius Slayton out. Evan Ingram can't catch a ball even if he was Bart Simpson's riding on a Butterfinger. So, and I think Devontae Booker maybe has a good game as well because he looked pretty good when he came in from Saquon last week.
Yeah, he did. And they're going to just, the volume is going to be insane too. So,
Yep. What do you think there, Zach? What do you think?
Yeah, I'd probably put Myers first. I've been a big Cooks guy. He's had tough matchup the past 2 weeks, and with Mills in there, he's kind of seen his targets drop. So I'd probably go Myers, Shepard, Williams, and then Cooks for this week. Because I think Williams will see a lot of work against the Washington defense, which has also been terrible in his shootout game. If he scores once, that's going to make it, and he's going to see targets out of the backfield as well. So yeah, that's how I'd rank them: Myers, Williams, Shepard, or Myers, Shepard, Williams, and then Cook.
Cool. All right, let's see. We got another one here. Khalil Herbert or Zach Moss PPR? Zach Attack, what do you think, man?
Ooh, I got to go Zach Moss here. He's been really flashing. He's shown that he's taken over that backfield. Singletary's taken a complete back seat. I do like the opportunity, though, for Herbert as well. That's why this does make it a kind of a tough choice. But I want a piece of that Buffalo Bills offense, so give me Zach Moss.
Yeah, it's firing on all cylinders. So, Kyle, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree, actually. When I first saw it, I was just like, man, that's tough. But, yeah, Zach Moss has been playing really, really well. And Khalil Herbert, they're playing Green Bay, so I don't know if they're going to try to get Justin Fields throwing more. They're kind of going to have to, probably. So I don't know if the volume's going to be there for Herbert as much this week. But, yeah, give me Zach Moss there.
Cool. Yeah, he said he told the guy Zach Moss too. So, yeah, I think we're all kind of – does anyone disagree with that? Does anyone think Herbert over Zach Moss? Yeah.
I saw 2 big thumbs up from Ben when
Consensus there.
Zach Moss. So I think he agrees for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
I do. I definitely do.
Kyle, I know you.
And I've gotten. Sorry to interrupt
No,
you.
go for it.
I got that question a good amount in the past couple days. I think that it's so hard to trust anyone on the Bears offense to do anything because you can't get Nagy. Shout out FloJo. And so with that being said, I mean, Zach Moss full PPR, I think it's gonna be a shootout, but I also think that they're going to try to slow the game down a little bit and take the game into their own hands because not only have they been playing really well on the defensive side, but their play calling has been really good this whole year. And that's what has – I mean, they should be 5-0. Like, let's be real. Like, they just had a little hiccups against the Steelers. But, the Bills' play calling, they're in the second year of this, like, stud offense. And now the defense is healthy. The defense is – also like here because they're not like out for COVID or whatnot. And they're not playing on Tuesdays because the last Titans-Bills game was played on a Tuesday last year.
I remember that too.
Yeah. Very strange. That's very strange. Kyle, I think you already answered this one over here on IG, but we'll throw it out to the group here. He said, trade Chuba for Brandon Cooks. I already have amazing running back depth. I mean,
if you're wide receiver, if you're wide receiver needy, I'd be okay with that, honestly.
Yeah, because I'm saying Chuba. I mean, he's still temporary, right? So Brandon Cooks is more of a long term, especially if you already have that depth. He's sitting your bench anyways, and you need wide receiver. Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't do that deal.
I agree, but it begs the question: does the opposing team have Christian McCaffrey? Because if the opposing team
probably do,
So if they do, I wouldn't do the trade.
Or they're starting someone like, or maybe they have like a Chris Carson or a Montgomery, someone else who's on IR, and they're looking to just fill those couple of weeks because they know Chuba is going to be a few weeks fill spot there. So, I mean, it'd be interesting to know that scenario of what that person's looking for. But you're right. If it's because they have McCaffrey on their team, you could probably get better than Brandon Cooks at this point.
Yeah.
So
maybe you can get DK Metcalf, huh?
So, I have a good start sit for the group here. For flex, full PPR, Javonte Williams or Darnell Mooney? I'm leaning towards Javonte.
I'm thinking Javonte. Again, it's back to what Ben said. You can't trust the Bears at all right now.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Javonte, I think –
it's a tough backfield split, though, with him and Melvin Gordon. It's been pretty much 50-50. Like, who's going to get
been battling a little bit of –
a little bit of an injury.
Though, so maybe a little bit bigger workload for him today.
Yeah, and I tend to lean I favor running backs anyways. That's just kind of habit for me. So, I think I'm going Williams on that.
All right, I got a question for you guys. Start sit, and you start two of these three guys. All right, so we got Booker, Khalil Herbert, or Darrell Williams.
Booker for sure.
Yeah, Booker's. Yeah, Booker.
Yeah, I would say Herbert as your second too. I'd say Booker.
I'd go Booker.
Booker and Herbert.
In my opinion.
Yeah, Booker and Herbert.
Yeah, that's actually who I have in currently, but.
Then we're all geniuses.
It's a hard decision to make.
It is tough.
Yeah.
Because none of them are really proven to the point where they're going to be the number ones this week. So.
Yeah, I just don't trust Williams at this point. Anyone in that?
Kansas City running backs make me so nervous now. Like.
Like I say it, like I feel like I keep repeating myself like every single week, but that's all right. You can't. Since Kareem Hunt, you can't trust anyone in the Kansas City backfield on a week-to-week basis. You have to hope for a blow-up game just out of the blue,
out of nowhere.
Because I mean, there's no consistency there because they are a pass-first offense. Two, I mean, Patrick Mahomes will run the ball. Three, they will feed Tyreek Hill in the backfield too on those little pitches. So, I mean, and McCole Hardman. So there's so many factors with that. And I also think, and this is like the boldest prediction of them all, is that McKinnon is going to be the workhorse back out of the two.
So we actually talked about that on my episode of Craziest Corner last week, and that's what we were talking about as well. We kind of believe that McKinnon he has the better chance to be the workhorse out of the two because he was really good before he got hurt in San Francisco.
Yeah, he was.
He's also really good in the passing game, which leans more towards a pass-heavy offense. So that's kind of what we were talking about too, where if you're on the waiver wire and you're kind of taking a chance on one of the two, I think he's got the higher ceiling where he can be that guy. And he can even win the job from Clyde if he plays really well.
And hardly anybody's talking about him.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Everybody's all over.
He's still available on.
Everybody's
waiver
all
wires.
over Darrell Williams, and nobody is even talking about McKinnon.
I mean, is starting the job from Clyde even something worth celebrating? I mean, being the starting running back in Kansas City. I mean,
that's true, but
That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm not that high on McKinnon, to be honest. I
Clyde
just don't.
is just awful though.
You just know that he's so injury prone. He wears down so quickly. Like, I don't see how they could make him like an every down kind of back just because of just how old he is and just how I think he's kind of brittle at this point.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be tough, but I do think PPR leagues, he's definitely a solid pickup. But standard leagues, I'd leave him out there.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got another one here from Cockbase. Says Daniel Jones versus LA or Big Ben versus Seattle.
Oh,
you're
Neither.
struggling at
Neither.
QB.
but there's no one else on the waiver wire.
There's nobody else available. It's a 20-team league.
I would personally take Daniel Jones, I think.
Yeah, just because the running upside.
And
Yeah.
And Bernie, I actually asked you the same question, and I think, I think it has to be Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I think so too.
LA, there's going to be plenty of.
I don't feel good about it,
opportunity.
but yeah, I think it's got to be Daniel Jones.
Yeah, if you have to choose one, that's the one, I guess.
Mm.
That's funny. Man, people being quiet today. Let's see. Here's a trade question. Would you accept a Gibson, Robert Woods, and Ayuk for Chubb if you have Hunt on your team? So you trade Chubb and get Gibson, Robert Woods, and Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
And he already has Hunt on his team.
Yeah.
I think I answered that one on Insta before.
You did. You did.
Yeah. Yeah, I would do that.
Yeah, I would do that.
Definitely.
Because heck, at
You're
this
crazy
point,
for drafting both of them.
Yeah.
well, because like you said, if you spent too much on Chubb.
Yeah.
Yeah. You like
You
someone
could have
like,
Austin Eckler and Kareem Hunt.
I like Eckler more than Chubb on those for sure. So
Yeah, there's some backfields where handcuffing is good, but the Browns' backfield isn't one of them because
That's
they're both they both have their independent value, so you really don't want to have both of them because then you can't. If you start both of them, that's not going to work out well for you.
Well, if you take Chubb and then you take his handcuff Hunt, you got to take him like 3 rounds later. So it's like
true.
2 running backs from the same team in 4 rounds. It's not smart.
Oh my gosh. This is anyone else watching this game?
I was earlier.
I've got it on, but I'm not paying attention to it.
This punt returner, he got so lucky this ball bounced hard. Otherwise, he almost muffed it on like the 2-yard line.
Ooh.
It's my gosh. That was just a dumb play. Anyways, yeah, if anyone gets a chance at that replay, he got super lucky. Man. Who should I start at flex this week? Javonte Williams, AJ Green, or Laviska Shenault? This came in early, so that's why Shenault is listed in there. And I think we can unanimously say Javonte Williams on that one.
Yeah.
Over AJ Green. So,
yeah.
For sure.
Dude, what's up with Laviska? Good Lord.
It's sad, dude. It's really sad.
It really is.
All right, here's another one. Question for Zach Attack. Ooh, getting called out. If you could have Devontae Adams' hair or Patrick Mahomes' hair, which would you choose and why?
Is that Troy?
I was trying to figure out if that was Troy or Tyler. I don't know who. So I think I'd have to go Devontae Adams all day. No reasoning exactly though.
I was gonna say Patrick Mahomes is with Troy Polamalu in these Head and Shoulders commercials. I mean,
oh yeah,
which
Always
I don't
working.
understand why, because his hair's nowhere near the same level. So I'm not fully understanding why he's in those commercials. But
I mean, they have to integrate Trevor Lawrence at some point in those commercials.
Oh yeah, he's meant for that.
oh, Sunshine.
Yeah.
Just kick Mahomes out of those commercials and just bring in Trevor Lawrence.
Dude,
That would be ideal.
for real.
Okay, so you went Devontae Adams and you don't have to give a reason why, right?
Yep.
Because I said so. That's why.
Yep.
That's hilarious. Oh man, Stonehands McGillicuddy. I love that name.
Quite
Man,
the name.
we're a little slow in the chat this week.
Yeah, it's being really slow. Even over on IG, it's kind of slow right now.
We get a full crew on and everybody disappears on us.
Right.
Yeah, last week was pretty active. I felt like.
Last week was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got
And
it
if last week was super busy, it's definitely not because of the London game plan. But this game's not much more interesting than last week's.
Yeah, it's rough. I like how we send them a 1-4 team and an 0-5 team to go play each other. Like
We always send the worst teams in the league. No offense, Ben, with the Jets, but
Oh no. I
we
know.
always send the worst teams in the league to England to represent the NFL. It's like, here's our
And
shittiest stuff. Good
I'm
luck.
telling
have fun.
y'all, it's because they want some London billionaire to buy one of the teams.
yeah,
They're like, okay, please buy
Send
these
him a
people.
good one then.
I mean, the Jaguars need a new owner, so
They do.
yeah.
they need a whole revamp of that. Everything to do with that team.
He hasn't owned that team for that long, has he?
I think he bought it in he's only had it for 10 years or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say it hasn't been that long. So, man, that's already looking to get out. Or do you just think they should?
I think they should. The way that they handled the Urban Meyer situation, everything that went along with that, I think Urban Meyer should have been probably fired after everything that happened. And I don't think he ever should have got the job. I think there was better candidates available, and just the whole situation there. And then when they brought in Tom Coughlin, I kind of liked that situation. I thought they were going to kind of change, become more physical. And then they fired Tom Coughlin for finding players and being that guy you knew he was going to be. So I didn't like the way they handled that situation either. And I just think that if they want to be competitive, that they got to change up something. And I think the ownership's got to be the thing to go.
I don't know who the owner is down there. I don't know his name, but
Shad Khan.
Shad Khan, that's right.
Okay. Yeah, he Jerry Jones 2.0.
Yeah, literally.
On that Al Davis level.
And I really do think he is interested. I think that's always kind of been an interest of him, is moving over to London or something like that. He is trying to find a way to make some good money, and I think he thinks that might be an opportunity, but I don't think they're ever going to let him do it personally.
Well,
but
since they've been going to London, the Jags have been in it like almost like every year, every other year. They're 0-5.
I think like every year they go, yeah.
Yeah, they're
always at the bottom of the league, so they always get sent over there.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they've been
nobody's
volunteering.
watching you here. Maybe they'll watch you there.
Yeah, they've been volunteering to play their home games over there.
yeah, that's wild. All right, let's see. We got Tyler Lockett, Jacoby Myers, AJ Brown, reportedly on snap count. Cooks, Shepard, Darrell Williams. Holy crap!
Jeez.
All right, pick 3. I'm not saying Lockett.
I'm
I don't think I'm either.
Lockett without Wilson, I think Lockett's value drastically drops. I think DK can hold his value, but I don't think Lockett can.
Agree.
I'd probably go Myers, AJ Brown, and Shepard.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I am so glad I looked at the little note next to AJ Brown, because he will not be gaining his full snap count until week 10. And that's per him and per the team that he told the media. So just be careful with AJ Brown, because, they could kind of care less about Julio Jones. Like, let's run him into the ground, whatever. He's old. But like AJ Brown is like their young star, like next to Derrick Henry. So, I would be careful with AJ Brown. Hopefully he can get in the end zone, because I feel like he's super touchdown dependent this week. Full PPR, I'd definitely go Myers, Shepard, and probably Cooks because I really like the fading on Tyler Lockett. You know, we talked about DK Metcalf 80-20 rather than a 50-50 ball because, you know, 80 lean, 20 fat, you know, that's DK Metcalf.
And I think the Colts are without their top corner, are they not? Rhodes, I don't think he's playing this week, is he?
Yeah, I don't think Xavier Rhodes is in either.
Which bodes well for Cooks as well. So if you are really concerned about A.J. Brown, I would swap him out for Cooks. But I think A.J. Brown will probably score, being that they're going to have to put up points. Derrick Henry will run the ball a little bit, but when they're behind to the Bills, they're going to have to do something to try and.
I feel like they had him on a snap count last week too, but he still had a really good target share. Let me see.
Save his snap count for late in the game when they're playing catch up.
Oh, he played 64% of snaps, and he had 6 targets. Was also not great, but considering it was only 64% of snaps, that's not horrible. I guess he was 3 for 6 receiving, so it's sad. I'm disappointed. I have AJ Brown stock everywhere, and
yeah, I know because I went shopping for buy low opportunities, and all the leagues were in together, and you had them in all of them. I'm flipping tables. I'm like, come on.
yeah. And I did buy low in like another league of mine, and he's still really low, really, really low. So I'm nervous about AJ Brown, but he'll pay off eventually. You know, it's the playoffs that matter. If I make it to the playoffs at this point, I don't even know in a lot of my leagues. So, but that could pay off for me later on, I think.
Yeah, he's a good buy low opportunity if you think you can make the playoffs. But if your team's struggling to make the playoffs, you probably don't want to give up players who can help you win now for the hope of winning in the playoffs if you don't even make it.
Yeah, but also then you're nervous if you're squeaking in low into the playoffs. You're afraid of trading away AJ Brown to someone that can use him against you later on too. So it's like, that's a tough situation to be in. Also, this field goal kick by Jacksonville right here was absolutely ridiculous.
Wow, yeah.
He missed it?
He made it.
It was like in and out, like which one was it going to do? And then it snuck in. It was just, that was wild.
They've had kicking struggles for a while now.
That dude's tiny. But it looked like it was going to go in, then it looked like it was going to miss wide right, and then it curved back and snuck right in. That was interesting.
Dude, kicker's been on the struggle bus lately.
Yeah. How far was that? He barely cleared the crossbar.
54 yards.
Huh. For a pro, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah, he hit the crossbar on a 50-yarder last week, I think it was. Or earlier in the season, he missed a 50-yarder because he was short. So
that dude looks 15 years old.
I saw him on the sideline earlier, and that's exactly what I thought. I was like, this kid looks like he's 12.
They got some Make-A-Wish kid out there kicking for him.
That's crazy. He looks.
Well, he made it. He made
a 54-yarder in the pros, and okay, good for him. Huh.
Next week, everybody's gonna have Make-A-Wish kids kicking their field goals.
Man, that's crazy. Cockpit taking off.
I mean, they probably have different age standards in London.
Possible. No child labor laws. They're just like, get out there and kick.
They're like, oh, we can have you kick this week. We'll see you, James. Thanks for joining us this morning, man. He's taken off. He is a pilot, so I'm guessing he's probably the one actually doing the flying too. So, yeah.
Wow.
Let's see if I had any more questions. Oh, that was earlier in the week. Everyone's just kind of quiet today.
I was gonna say even Instagram's been quiet yesterday and today. We usually get a flood of questions on there, and we haven't been getting any. Last couple of days, which is weird.
It is strange.
People must be starting to give up on their fantasy seasons already. With
all the injuries that are happening. That might be kind of right.
Yeah.
Everybody's tapping out. They're like, you know what? Doesn't even matter now.
Right. I'm trying to look through mine. I have so many leagues where I really don't even have choices to make because I'm so slim on players between injuries and bye week. I mean, I'm just kind of forced into situations.
And I think that's what a lot of people are probably dealing with too. It's like, because this first like bye week and everything, right? People are like, I guess I have to start this guy this week.
I happen to have a lot of stock, I guess, in guys on bye this week, which is really weird.
Yeah.
Like I have Carter and Corey Davis in a lot of leagues.
Yeah.
You got Ridley, Pitts, Callaway I've got in several leagues.
So I'm glad you brought up Callaway, because I do not think that production will happen at all of what happened last week. It is a product of the Washington football team. I really think the wide receiver 2, when Michael Thomas comes back, is going to be Deontay Harris, and right next to Alvin Kamara, because Michael Thomas is coming back soon. So I think with Michael Thomas to be back, I mean, we may see Jameis Winston being a waiver wire pickup in the next 3 weeks. Because, I mean, a quarterback can only do so much if the wide receivers can't get any separation. But now they look like they're feeding Alvin Kamara more like past couple years, which is great. And I think this bye week will help them kind of come together as a unit and be able to come back strong from their bye.
I know Kamara owners are hoping you're right. I was trying to trade Callaway away, and I couldn't give him away this week in some of these leagues. I was just like, wow.
Yeah, it's bad. All right, got an IG question really quick. Let's see. Any of these guys better than Lockett for flex in PPR?
Anybody is.
So better than Lockett, Tony Pollard, Jamal Williams, Alex Collins, Darrell Williams, Devontae Booker, Latavius Murray. Yeah, these are
literally any of them.
Every one of those.
Every single one of them is better than Lockett.
Yeah, he sent me the waiver wire there. Of those guys, let's say Booker, Collins, Jamal Williams, and Tony Pollard. Which of those do you like best? Or Damian Harris? We'll throw that in there too. Why not?
Booker, I think, is definitely at the top.
I think Booker too.
Yeah,
because he's going to get the opportunity.
Yeah, so I was breaking down the snaps. So Saquon was on the field for 9% of their snaps last week. Okay, so there's that. And then Booker was on the field for 88% of the snaps last week. So only 3% of the time Saquon or Booker wasn't on the field. Just think about that for a second. So out of the possible 91%, Booker was on the field 88% of those. So that's just insane, the fact that he was on the field that much, and I don't think there's really much competition in that backfield.
Yeah.
That's why I'm leaning Booker.
Booker for
Wait,
sure.
You guys aren't high on Rashad Penny? What?
I think we're losing connection, Ben. I think we're going to have to drop you. Yeah, so Booker over Lockett for sure. Actually, all of those guys over Lockett. I think we're all fading Lockett just based on the Russell Wilson situation. Yeah, that's not a great start. Lockett isn't. So
I like Jamal Williams this week too.
Jamal Williams, yeah, not a bad. I don't like the Alex Collins quite so much being against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Matchup. But yeah, Jamal Williams against Cincinnati. I mean,
especially PPR, because they're getting both their running backs involved in the pass game heavily. They are almost their number one and number two target on that team because they don't have any wide receivers outside of their tight end TJ Hawkinson. So that's definitely a backfield that's getting a lot of passing work.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so I have a start 2 out of these 4. Okay. Let's go with Allen Robinson, Amon St. Brown, Adam Thielen, and Chase Claypool.
Thielen and Claypool.
Yeah,
Thielen and Claypool.
Agreed.
That's what I also thought. Yep. No one filling out Allen Robinson still?
Nope.
Now, I know some people are thinking that Amon St. Brown will do decent this week.
I need to see it first.
Yeah, I think I need to see it too. I mean, I feel like, last week the last 2 weeks, he's got 8 targets each week, and he was 6 for 8 for 70 yards, and then 7 for 8 for 65 yards. So getting up there a little bit better, but still not production enough for me to start him over Thielen or especially Chase Claypool with Juju being out now. So,
Yeah.
and then Allen Robinson can suck it. I don't know. I mean, just
Yeah, we need to see consistency from him before I would even consider starting him again.
Yeah, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, I mean, we just need to see something out of him before you can really start him. I mean, there's not really even an unless in this situation because even with his minimal usage, we haven't seen anything crazy to really report. So watch Allen Robinson just go off this week.
right. But he can have 1 week, and I still don't trust it. I'm gonna need a few
not
out
at
of
all.
him. He's gonna be sitting my bench. He's practically in my IR spot. I'm putting him in my own little IR. Like, you're on a 3-week hiatus here. I need to see it before I trust it for sure.
I'll tell you who let me down today so far, and that's Gaskin.
Oh
Yep.
my God!
I just
killing
started
it.
him because of a bye week in a league,
Same.
and he's just crushing my soul.
Yep.
Yeah, Gaskins was a one-off week. I don't trust the coaching staff enough because I think he's the best running back on the team, but the coaching staff just can't commit to a running back, and I think that has to do with them mostly being Patriots. Just coming from the Patriots, Brian Flores was a defensive coordinator for the Patriots, so I think that comes down from there, where they like to do the committee. They have a bunch of decent backs. They don't really have an amazing back, so I think that you just can't trust any of them. So if you could have traded him away last week, I would have done it, but there wasn't really any interest in Gaskin after last week because I think most people just knew it was a 1 week type deal.
Yeah.
No. Very
It's so crazy because I was watching some of the game and it's like literally like I'll see like Ahmed and Brown like burst through for like a 5 or 6 yard gain, and like, you know, I mean, how can you get a young star, not star, but like a young running back anything like to be able to like trust him if you're not going to give him the reps? You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna kind of like seclude him out, like, I mean, even the Patriots run Damian Harris more than Ramondre Stevenson and JJ Taylor. I mean, just the matter of fact is that, you know, if they lose this game, Brian Flores is on the chopping block like very soon, in my opinion. I really like him as a coach. I really like what he did last year, but, you know, just with the whole Myles Gaskin thing, get out of here.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, running back is so much of like a rhythm position. You know, you got to kind of get in a groove and get going. These guys that rotate 8 backs every game and ride the hot hand, whoever has the first decent carry of the game, it's very hard to get in that rhythm. That's why, I mean, like you said, if you're not getting the reps, how can you be expected to really do anything consistent?
Yeah, and I think, why do you think you can't get a running back into a groove? Why do you think you're having to look for a hot hand every time? Oh, maybe because you're not allowing them to get in a groove? Like,
Exactly.
You're putting a different running back in every play instead of every series. That's very, very tough.
Yeah, and I think if you look back to last year when they benched Tua mid-game because they wanted to put Fitzpatrick in, that just shows that they're willing to just ride the hot hand, which doesn't bode well for that running back group at all.
Well, I mean, it's not good for the team, but it's not good for the player either because you crush their confidence when you do.
Yeah. It's not good for fantasy. It's not good for the actual Miami Dolphins team. Like, I don't know. I don't understand why, but
yeah.
And by the way, 1 minute and 42 left, and Jacksonville has the ball. They just committed a false start, but they could win it on a field goal.
If it comes down to a field goal, they're gonna miss.
It looks like they 55 yards was that guy's length. That's his distance. But on that 54-yarder, it looked like 55 was his max. So we'll see. Oh, man. All right, guys. Tight end question here. TJ Hawkinson or Dalton Schultz?
I'm going Schultz. Dak and him have had some great chemistry the past couple games, and I don't see his target share going down at all.
I think his target share will go down a little bit, but with that being said, I think I'm still taking Schultz because I think he's got definitely a better chance of scoring which to me, that's what I look for in my tight ends, because sometimes you can't really count on the receptions, but in the high efficient offense of the Cowboys, I think you'll see the red zone targets, because I don't see a guy like CeeDee Lamb or Amari Cooper being that red zone guy, and I think Schultz has kind of emerged himself into that role. So for me, I would go Schultz.
Cool. Anyone disagree?
Yes. I think TJ Hawkinson has had enough of his Squid Game deaths, and he's gonna come out catching the ball. He's gonna hop on that glass and not fall through.
I love the reference.
Red light, green light. TJ Hawkinson. I'm getting in the end zone even on a red light. But with that, I just think that TJ Hawkinson needs to have a good game. They're going to feed him because, like we kind of said earlier, they don't really have anyone else. They have him, Jamal Williams, and DeAndre Swift. So if they want to win this game, win their first game, I mean, honestly, they should be 2-3 right now, but that's neither here nor there. They've played some good football. I really think that their coach is a solid human being and really loves the game and really fights for his players. I think he's this year's Robert Saleh, in my opinion. And so with that, I think TJ Hawkinson is going to have – not saying Dalton Schultz won't have a good game. I may even go as bold as saying to start both of them. And with that, I just think that TJ Hawkinson will have a close to 20-point performance today.
Okay, Ben, here's my question then. Let's say that Schultz has played at tight end. Now we're looking at flex, okay? So you got TJ Hawkinson, Latavius Murray, Damian Harris, or Javonte Williams?
Hawkinson all day, baby.
Over Williams?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know me. I am not a Javonte Williams truther until Melvin Gordon is out of there, and I have talked about just like you can't expect. I mean, his talent is there. We all know that. Like you can clearly see that, but he's not getting the shares, and he's not had that breakout game. Do I think today is going to be any different? Not really, but. So, I mean, I think out of those, you got to go Hawkinson. I like Damian Harris, but, he's dealing with an injury. And at the same time, that backfield is just.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, so for me, I think this is kind of team dependent. In my opinion, I think Hawkinson has the higher ceiling. So if you think you need a guy who can go out there and get you 20 points, but he's also got the ability to, as the past few weeks, he'll put up like 3. Whereas I think Williams will get you at least 10 points every week. So if you need a consistent guy because you think your team's already kind of boom bust and you just want to have a guy who will get you those 10 points, I'd go Williams. But if you need that higher upside player, I think Hawkinson's going to be your guy.
Ben, I'm going to make
Thanks for the free boom bust plug there.
Yeah, no problem. Ben, I'm going to make you proud. I'm gonna let you know I started Schultz at my tight end and Hawkinson at my flex there. So we were on the same page for sure.
Let's go.
I just didn't trust I don't trust anyone in the Baltimore backfield. I don't trust anyone in New England's backfield. And as much as I think Williams will probably have a good week with Gordon being a little banged up, and he's obviously just a better running back. He's playing Las Vegas, so that's a pretty good matchup.
My God.
Wow.
I think
Jags.
Well,
They're on the 25-yard line.
Yeah.
1 second.
Chenault heard me talking crap. He started getting his play together.
he had so many drops earlier watching that game.
Dude,
it was actually embarrassing to watch.
What a year for that kicker. Gets to start driving and wins a game over in London all in the same year. Jeez.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Oh, my gosh.
Wild.
53-yarder.
Yes, that means the New York Jets are not in last place in the AFC East. Let's go.
Only because they're on a bye this week.
Yes, exactly. Let's go. I will take that. That is like literally the best case scenario. Let's go. Bye week for the win. Bye week mayhem is in full effect.
On a bye week and you move up in the standings. You got to love that.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, that was 53 yards And I think he kicked it. I think it cleared the crossbar by 1 more yard than the 54-yard. I really think that 55 yards is like his distance. He is really consistent there. Mm-hmm. Man, that's crazy.
So stat on Twitter right here: the Jaguars had made 0 field goals this season. Yep. They made 2 50-yarders in the fourth quarter, and they won to break their 20-game losing streak.
Oh my God.
The second since the 1972 Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
All because of this Make-A-Wish kid.
Like literally,
that is incredible.
Literally,
that's wild, man.
Longer than like they were worse than the Lions from like the mid to late 2000s.
The 0-16 team.
Yeah, they were worse than them.
Man, that's tough. Poor Dolphins.
Dolphins fans right now are going to be. They should be pretty upset. Tua came back. You're playing an 0-5 team. You're like, okay, we got this.
Put the Dolphins on suicide watch.
They're missing their top 2 corners, which obviously doesn't help. But they should have won that game for sure.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, okay, couple questions coming in here with AJ Brown on them, guys. Really quick, AJ Brown or Rondell Moore?
AJ Brown. Yeah, AJ Brown all day.
Yeah, I agree. Rondell Moore is just. That's going to be a big boom or bust play, too. It's just so inconsistent.
I'm going to go with a hard no on that one. Just no.
Yeah, neither.
And then A.J. Brown or Hunter Renfrow?
Still Brown for me.
Brown.
If it's PPR, I might be leaning towards Hunter Renfrow. I think the Raiders can actually surprise some people this week. Obviously, with Gruden being out, we've seen opportunities where you get the interim coach who comes in and the team plays really well for 1-2 games. And I think that's a situation where we can see from the Raiders. So I would be leaning towards Renfrow, but only if it's full PPR. If it's not, then I would go AJ Brown.
And is that also kind of lineup dependent for you? Like if you're looking for someone to kind of boom this week, you're probably putting Renfrow in because you're needing that. You're just hoping that you can get those big points. Or if you're looking for something that might be a little bit more, maybe not as high a ceiling, but a little bit more dependable. Maybe AJ Brown there.
Yeah.
You silly Canadian. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, the Broncos secondary has been really nice this year. Their offense, as per usual, even when Peyton Manning and them won the Super Bowl, super inconsistent. But I mean, I'd be worried about both of them, to be honest. I mean, Hunter Renfrow has strung a couple, mediocre to mediocre good.
Denver's defense right now is giving up the 22nd most points to wide receiver position. So,
I think Waller will benefit
Buffalo
more
is a tough matchup.
Yeah.
For AJ Brown too, but again, they're gonna have to throw the ball. I feel like at the same time. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you starting Julio or AJ Brown?
AJ Brown.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm going Brown. I gotta go Brown there.
Pass. Next question.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to start out of them either.
I wouldn't want to start.
Hypothetical, since they're both going to be playing.
I mean, I guess if I had to pick one, I'd probably go with Julio. But
I think I'd be probably leaning towards Julio because I think they will probably run him into the ground before they run.
More playing time, more targets.
More playing time. Yeah.
Yeah, as you said earlier, I think they're definitely going to try and preserve the future as opposed to Julio, who's not the future.
All right, y'all. We got 5 minutes. I'm going to hop off. Thanks so much for having me. We'll get it in this week. Tuesday, for everyone still watching, Fantasy Shot Callers premiere on the Fantasy Football Network. I think we got a couple names jumping around.
We're still working on it.
Yeah, but we're going to be calling those shots. Fantasy is life. It's a vibe. And we are the juggernauts of the fantasy realm. So we will be here Tuesday, 3:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'll do the math for you, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'll say it again because it's the vibe. Fantasy is life. Have a good Sunday, everyone.
You too,
buddy.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Guys, I think we're all going to jump off here. We'll do a little 5-minute break here. And Zach, thanks for joining us. And,
thanks for having me.
And if you ever want to jump on during the games, you can hop on here and hang out with us too because we'll be on all day.
All right, for sure. Thank you.
Cool. We'll talk to you later, buddy.
All right,
See you
bye.
later.
Alrighty, Kyle.
right.
I'm also going to take a break really quick.
Break.
And,
I gotta shed this hoodie now because it's getting warmer in here.
Yep, we'll get started here in a few minutes.
Awesome.
See you. Cool. Forgot I was even live on IG. I just left that going. That's cool. Oh. You are on mute, Kyle. If you're not meaning to be on mute.
Oops. I forgot I muted instead of it automatically muting when you took me off.
Yep.
So my bad. But yeah, I was just gonna say you just left it on over there and walked away, huh?
Yeah.
None of these games have kicked off yet.
The Washington one just now did.
I've got NFL Network on again over here, so it's behind. I need to see if I can get on. What channel is that Kansas City game on? Is that on Fox?
It's on CBS. I'm not seeing one on Fox right now. So it looks like I've got one game.
I guess I'm watching it behind then because I don't think I have CBS app on this one in here. Well, yeah, I do.
Hey,
It just wasn't working last week.
Cool.
I was trying to watch a game on there. No, it was a couple weeks ago, and this app was like glitching like crazy. The CBS one.
Hopefully it does better for you today.
Yeah, because this and the Fox app are way better. No, it won't let me watch CBS on the app. I don't understand why.
You know, this game is interesting. Talking about Kansas City and Washington, both teams I feel like had high expectations for. I actually had high expectations for Washington this year.
I really thought they were going to be solid this year, and they
thought they were going to be the team to beat in that division. But I mean, they've been hit with some injuries, and it's hurt them quite a bit. I don't know. I guess I thought that Fitzpatrick was kind of going to be the key there. You know?
Yeah, I really thought he'd come in and do well, and then he got hurt.
Yep.
But honestly, like that defense hasn't been as good as I thought they'd be either. I really thought the defense would be solid.
Yeah, same.
See, Hawkinson already caught a pass for 11 yards. So Ben's looking good already on his call.
Early. My fantasy cast needs to be refreshed, I guess. It is frozen. So I will get that refreshed so that we can actually keep track of that.
The Vikings already have an interception off of Darnold.
Oh, wow. That was quick. That was
very
really
quick.
Interesting. So things getting started a little spicy already.
Yeah. Already right off the bat.
10-yard rush.
Devontae Booker with a 4-yard rush. Dalvin Cook rushed for a 3-yard loss. He better get it together. I've been waiting to use Dalvin Cook for 2 weeks.
In Kansas City already forcing a punt, so hey, there's that. Getting this Devontae Booker already having a 4-yard rush. They're just trying to get him started as quick as possible, I guess. You know, he's going to get a lot of touches, just like we talked about in pregame. A lot of touches.
Yeah, he's going to have some volume today for sure. Aaron Jones with a 6-yard rush. DeAndre Swift with a yard.
And Adam Thielen getting a 2-yard rush. That's kind of interesting.
That is interesting.
And Jared Cook with an 11-yard reception, but that
you don't see Thielen getting a bunch of rushes usually, so that's very interesting. 17 yards to Kadarius Toney, so they're getting him involved early,
real quick. Yep. And then 6-yard rush by Aaron Jones. I know I had a lot of people asking about Aaron Jones, and everyone's kind of freaking about A.J. Dillon, and I'm just not freaking out about it at all. I don't know why everyone's freaked out by it.
It's a very similar situation to what they got in Dallas with Zeke and Pollard.
100%.
Like they're carrying the ball enough to support both of them for sure.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think I actually told that to somebody. Sterling Shepard just got an 8-yard catch, and Adam Thielen with an 11-yard catch.
Darrell Williams just had a 7-yard rush, and I think that's better than any rush CEH has had all year. So
correct. T.Y. Hilton with a 12-yard catch. Hey, coming back from IR for him. But yeah, what was I talking about? Someone was asking me about who were they asking me about? A.J. Dillon. And I'm just not concerned about that. And I made the same comparison of, he's like a Tony Pollard there.
Yeah.
And we expected running backs to split carries a lot more with the extended season. So not concerned.
Eckler had a 4-yard rush and Tyreek Hill with a 6-yard catch real quick during your Dillon description there. Yeah, I completely agree though on that Aaron Jones, AJ Dillon situation. Like there's nothing to panic about.
Travis Kelce with a 20-yard reception. And then Patrick Mahomes almost followed it up with an interception that would not have been his fault. Tyreek Hill ran a slant and slipped and fell, and it went right to the Washington corners, right in his hands, and he just dropped it. He was not expecting it.
Devontae Booker with a 14-yard rush.
Oh, yeah. Booker's going to get a lot of opportunity.
Booker's going to be running a lot today, yeah. As long as the Giants are staying in that game, he's going to get a lot of running today.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they fall behind, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. I'm not sure how his receiving ability is, honestly. So I'm not sure what that'll look like.
He got a few passes against Dallas, and he looked all right. I mean, he's no Saquon Barkley, but he looked all right.
Right.
I mean, they wouldn't have left him in, like Zach was talking about in the pregame, like 88% of the plays after or just total plays, even counting the ones Barkley was in for before he got hurt. Like, they wouldn't have him in that much if he couldn't catch the ball. So
right. Kadarius Toney had a 3-yard catch and then now a 16-yard catch. Looks like he's going
to be heavily involved today.
The man, yeah. So, and even with Shepard back.
Hey, so. Joe Burrow 14 yards to T. Higgins. So those of you that have been waiting on T. Higgins to really get rolling, maybe today's your day.
Could be.
Booker with an 8-yard rush. Yeah, he's going to be.
It's a Booker and Toney show there, huh?
It's going to be the Booker and Toney show today. Yeah, if you got either one of those guys in, it's looking good for you today.
I mean, first drive already that kind of usage. It's pretty good.
It's very promising, for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to try not to comment too much on the Kansas City game since I'm going to be way ahead of everyone. Looks like Greg Joseph made a 25-yard field goal for the Vikings.
Honestly, I'm watching this fantasy cast. If you want to talk about the game, I'm really not paying attention to the TV much. So
cool. Joe Mixon gets a 9-yard rush. So that'll be interesting to see if he has a good day against the Lions run defense. There's a horrible run defense. So that should be a good day for him. But
Mixon should have a very good day. I'm glad we traded for him in one of our dynasty leagues.
That was a good deal because I think we sold high on Patterson for sure. But Patterson had that.
It's funny though because it was one of our joint deals, and I was just like, "Oh, he ain't gonna mind this," so I just did it.
Yeah. No, I had seen it because we had kind of talked about it when he originally offered it, and then took the offer back, right? So we had already kind of decided, like, yeah, why wouldn't we want that deal? Tyreek Hill gets a 19-yard catch there, big chunk play. So it was like, yeah, definitely interested in that deal because it's a dynasty league too. So
and he wanted to swap those quarterbacks. Like he said either Trevor Lawrence or Baker, but I looked and Trevor Lawrence had the same bye week as Dak. And so I was like, man, I'd rather have Trevor in a dynasty, but we're gonna need Baker because there's like no other quarterbacks on waivers. I was like, well,
I think
so that was the like a very rare situation where you take dynasty trade based on current year stuff only, and not necessarily looking to the future.
I'm surprised he was looking to move Trevor Lawrence in that.
Me too. Like for Derek Carr, like I don't know why he was into Derek Carr that much, but
yeah, I mean, in a dynasty league, that trade just makes 0 sense. And even
for him, it was completely weird.
It didn't make any sense, but hey, it worked out for us. So it's about time something works out in our favor, you know?
For real. So Patrick Mahomes had a 27-yard pass to Jody Fortson, which is not a name you hear very often. Booker has.
Cut off your Booker there for Darrell Williams 2-yard touchdown.
I forgot about the touchdown thing. So if I have to fly solo for the late games, I don't know how to do that.
It's just over in the video thing where you used to do the intro video. You just go over there and it's there instead.
Interesting.
Yep. And
Is
it's
this going to let,
overlaid.
now that we're doing, this is my first time back on since we started doing like the long stream instead of the broken up ones. Okay.
Yeah.
We got another touchdown if you want to do your thing.
Boy. Hey, that's going to piss some people off because I just put him in my starting lineup in the pregame.
I'm a little ticked off it wasn't Mixon, but
Yeah, go for it, man. Go ahead and announce that one.
yeah, Joe Burrow I don't know is it Chris Evans?
That's not who I started. I did Johnson with Cleveland. Oh,
anyways, to Evans for a 24-yard touchdown. I don't know. Is that right? Chris Evans? Is that?
I think it's Chris Evans. I'll look really quick. Yeah, Chris Evans.
Chris Evans. Okay. Yeah, 24-yard touchdown there for the Bengals.
Sitting at 8.5 fantasy points. That's funny.
Chuba Hubbard with a 3-yard rush and Brandon Cooks with a 3-yard catch.
Graham Gano makes a 27-yard field goal to put the Giants up over the Rams 3-0.
It was funny. I don't know if you got to watch. Last time I was on here when I was by myself in the late games, there was 4 games, and like every other play went for 3 yards. It was so weird. Like I went on this stretch where it was just 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and I was just like, "What in the world?" It was blowing my mind. It was pretty funny. So having those 2 3-yard plays there back to back, it's like I got PTSD flashbacks happening.
That's funny. I don't know what that means. Gamer Ritesh. Okay. So let's see. Nothing really exciting. I mean, there's been a few scores already, which seems to be kind of a quicker start than some weeks.
I remember what I was going to ask you before that.
Yeah.
Chris Evans touchdown. Now that we're doing the all-day stream instead of the broken up ones, is it going to let me switch over to be the host after you get off later?
You just need to log off and of this link and come log in as the host, like you would regularly, and then I'll drop off and you can just be the host.
Okay. I didn't know if it would make us start a new thing or something.
Should be good to go. So, Gamer Ritesh over here joining us from India. I know India started streaming NFL, I think, last season. They finally started streaming NFL in India over there. So
Nice.
That's a big market. So I don't know. I guess they probably do a little bit of fantasy football. I think fantasy sports is pretty big over there from what I've heard. So I don't know. I guess fantasy football might drop into that category. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, cool that they're now getting NFL over there. Yeah. So Lamar Jackson with a 4-yard pass to Marquise Brown, get Hollywood going. That seems to be a good connection this year. So
yeah, they're doing a lot better. Last year was worthless. He wouldn't throw to Marquise Brown to save his life last year. Of course,
yeah.
Honestly, like Andrews had a decent year last year, but not like the year before, So their whole passing game was down a little bit last year.
Yep.
Real quick, Mark Ingram with a 5-yard rush and Khalil Herbert with a 2-yard rush. Gibson with an 8-yard rush.
It'd be nice to get Gibson going.
I'd love to see Antonio Gibson get going, man.
Yep.
Follow up last week's big game with another one. It'd be perfect.
Yeah, if he can get rolling, that would be really great. I actually don't have Antonio Gibson in any of my leagues, so I'm not heartbroken that he's not having a great year just because I don't have him. So and I tried trading for him multiple times, and I'm kind of glad I didn't get him. But
I love Antonio Gibson. Justin Fields, a 15-yard pass to Cole Kmet.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Antonio Gibson is a great player. He's just not utilized correctly. He's being wasted in that offense. So
I agree with that. Ooh,
And Nico,
14 yards to Nico Collins. I didn't know he was healthy.
yeah, he got activated, I think, yesterday.
Okay, I missed that.
Yep.
Cool.
I think I got that yesterday that he was being activated. So
That means in Truth Serum we got another flex option,
which we desperately need. That is one of the most shallow leagues.
I think I'm doing the worst in our joint owned leagues, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, they're not great. I agree. We're just having bad luck though. We've had bad luck and injuries. Well, McCaffrey has put us in a bad situation in those.
That's
so
very true.
Cooper Kupp getting a 30-yard catch there, just doing Cooper Kupp things. Jeez.
Of course.
And Darnell Mooney with an 11-yard catch from Justin Fields.
Gibson with another 3-yard rush.
Mm-hmm. So feeding him the rock. Darnell Mooney, man, that is just. I have a bad feeling that he's going to overtake as the number one target there. So.
Yeah, and even that, like, I don't trust it enough to put him in my lineups. So, I mean, that's such a tough situation. I guess if you're desperate for a receiver, maybe, but real quick, a 7-yard pass to Hawkinson and 9 yards to J.D. McKissick. That Ravens-Chargers game is frozen. I don't know if they're reviewing the catch or what, but
I doubt that they would be reviewing it. I'm more worried that there might be an injury or something in that game. I don't know. Just because it's been paused for so long.
Hey, Justin Fields, 20 yards to Allen Robinson. Allen Robinson's alive, people.
On the board early. Alive. Dang, super early he's on the board. So
16 yards to Robert Woods. J.D. McKissick with a 5-yard rush.
Yeah, Robert Woods getting one early there too. And Latavius Murray gets a pass for 4 yards. That backfield's such a mess. I've seen
really is.
Multiple names already popping up there. That's something I'm definitely avoiding, is that backfield, unfortunately. Even with Latavius Murray, I thought Latavius Murray was going to end up being the guy pretty easy. And then last week he got like 6 carries or something stupid. Like, it was just so ridiculous. And so I'm like, well, I can't start Latavius Murray even. So, like, look, Latavius Murray got that catch, and the next play is Devontae Freeman for a 16-yard rush. Like,
it's exactly what we were talking about. It's exactly what we were talking about in the pregame. Like, running back is such a rhythmic type position. Like, if you are putting in a different running back on every single play versus every series, like, they have no shot to get in any kind of rhythm, and it makes them all ineffective. So the first time you have a guy that gets a good play, like Freeman just had a 16-yard rush, I guess he's the hot hand now. So you'll see more of him than anybody the rest of the day. It's just like,
exactly.
It's frustrating as fantasy owners for sure.
Yep. So
honestly, it'd be frustrating as a fan of the Ravens. Like, if I was a Ravens fan, I would be ticked because I'm like, you can't let any of our running backs get in a rhythm enough to do anything consistency. And then 8 yards for Latavius Murray. He's right back in there again.
Doesn't make any sense.
Very, very frustrating.
Brandon Cooks getting an 8-yard reception, and Justin Jefferson getting a 5-yard reception.
And Gibson with another 3-yard rush. He's just clipping 3 yards at a time right now.
Yeah, that's pretty good. A little 3-yard rush always helpful. So
Matt Stafford eating a 10-yard sack. Taylor Heineke, 13 yards to De'Ami Brown. That's a name you don't hear very often.
No doubt.
Brown.
Yeah, he's
rookie.
Well, yeah, because there was some good talk about him coming in.
When he was coming out in the draft, this year, he's got some talent. He's going to be good for their future, but you just haven't seen a lot of him yet this year.
Absolutely. Okay, I am going to play this. Herbert for the Bears getting a touchdown early here, as we all kind of suspected he would have a decent day. 1-yard touchdown off the left guard for Herbert as your running back. So, yeah.
So if you got him in your flex today, good job. Joe Burrow, 5-yard pass to Mixon. Chuba Hubbard with a 2-yard rush, and Devontae Freeman with a 6-yard rush.
Heyo.
Yeah.
That 2-yard rush for Chuba Hubbard was a touchdown.
Hubbard was a 2-yard touchdown. You're right.
So
I have to scroll down on my thing to see all the games, and I can't see the touchdown thing at the top. So that's
I'm zoomed pretty far out so that I can see all of it. So yeah, that's good. Chuba Hubbard getting a touchdown finally. My goodness, I feel like I'm starting him in about 4 leagues. So that's really nice.
All of my leagues that I had McCaffrey in, like, I don't have Hubbard in any of them, not one, and none of the people that have him will trade him either. So, like, I almost had him in the Vegas league, and 7 wouldn't let him go because they put McCaffrey on IR literally like half an hour before we were trading.
Yeah,
like he went on to accept, and he said his brother sent him the deal that said he went on IR, and he canceled it instead. I'm like, you got to be kidding me with that timing. Like,
yeah, the timing is horrible.
I was literally 10 seconds from getting Hubbard in the Vegas league. I'm like, come on, man.
It's sad, man. It really is. But here we
Devin
are.
Duvernay with an 11-yard rush. So now, you got a receiver with a rush for the Ravens. Everybody's just getting handoffs.
And you get a rush, and you get a rush, and you get a rush.
Yeah, the Ravens are giving the ball to anybody who can run.
Now,
Latavius Murray with Latavius Murray with a 14-yard touchdown. So that's, just every play is a different running back. It's kind of wild.
Literally, or wide receiver running the ball. Yeah,
it's wild.
They can't decide who they want to leave that backfield, but Latavius Murray getting there. I think it's easily him and what's his handle, Tyson Williams. I think those are easily your 2 best running backs. I think Williams is your most dynamic. Latavius is,
I agree, but then you got Tyson Williams a healthy scratch today.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. So they're rolling with Murray and Devontae Freeman.
Dustin Hopkins makes a 50-yard field goal, so that's 5 points if you're starting Dustin Hopkins, and Daniel Jones gets a 2-yard pass to Booker. So Devontae Booker getting a 2-yard reception. So yeah, I don't understand that backfield. I feel like I speak on it every week for the Ravens backfield. I'm so annoyed with it that I can't help but talk about it.
You can't start any of them and feel comfortable about it. Like, if your team is absolutely just decimated by injuries and bye weeks, like, that's like the only reason I would start anybody out of that backfield. If you're going to start one, it's got to be Murray, obviously, but you definitely don't feel good about it.
Right. I'm 100% on board with that. Oh, A.J. Dillon got a 3-yard rush. Everyone, you can just drop Aaron Jones at this point.
Trade me Aaron Jones in every league immediately. I'll take him off the hands for you. Nyheim Hines had a 1-yard rush.
Michael Pittman Jr. with a 17-yard reception, and then Sterling Shepard with a 9-yard reception. So it'll be interesting to see if he picks up where he left off before he got hurt.
Shepard, yeah. I don't know, man. With that emergence of Kadarius Toney, we'll have to see how they break those targets up this week for sure. Dalvin Cook had a 3-yard rush right there. But yeah, it'll be super interesting to see how Toney and Shepard kind of split those targets up. Man, Toney, you almost got to ride him right until he stops producing. He just went so crazy against Dallas. Like, how do you not take advantage of that?
Yeah, he looked fantastic, and it seems like now they want to feed him the rock. They did early in this game, but
yeah. Real quick, Jonathan Taylor with a 3-yard rush and Devontae Booker with a 4-yard pass. So, and then Robert Tonyan with a 4-yard catch. So, hey, Tunion's on the board, people.
And it wasn't for a touchdown, so that's weird.
Yeah, I think I've seen Tonyan on waivers in every single league.
Like, he was pretty much droppable.
How do you have a tight end because he's talented and not throwing the ball? How do you have a guy like that on your team and not throwing the ball? It's so weird for a team that throws as much as Green Bay too. That's what's wild about it. Joe Burrow with an 18-yard pass to T. Higgins, and then Wentz with a 13-yard pass to Jonathan Taylor.
Good for Jonathan Taylor owners for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's good to see Higgins back. He's had a couple of pretty long passes of 14 and 18 yarders so far.
Yeah.
So it's good to see him back and kind of doing his thing again. Last week he was on that pitch count, so looking like he might have a pretty decent game today. Be nice if he got in the end zone.
Yeah.
Instead of Chris Evans. But
yeah, that Chris Evans one was kind of surprising. 24 yards there.
Yeah. It was frustrating for Mixon owners for sure.
Austin Eckler gets a 2-yard rush. That's a name I'd hope to call a lot today.
Joe Burrow 5 yards to CJ Uzomah. Ooh, and Kirk Cousins 7 yards to D.D. Westbrook. That's a name you don't see much this year, which is odd. Because I really thought he would go in there and be the number 3. But KJ Osborne's kind of been that guy.
Yeah, been really surprising. He pops up like 1 or 2 times a week is all.
Mm-hmm. Wentz for 7 yards to Ashton Dulin. I don't know who that is.
And Keenan Allen gets a 3-yard catch from Justin Herbert. So.
See what I'm talking about with the threes? 3 yard.
Yeah.
It pops up a lot.
It really does.
It's the Illuminati.
There it is. 3-3-3, baby.
Triangle, 3 corners, 3, you know.
Like 3 corners.
Oh, man, that's funny.
Oh. This Washington defense is just not great.
So we got 7 yards to Justin Jefferson and Darrell Williams with a 6-yard rush. Darrell Williams is running better than CEH has all year, and we're still in the first quarter of that game.
Yeah, I think it's right now, this Washington defense just looks really bad.
Yeah, they're just not good.
Yeah.
So that plays a very large part. You're right. I mean, but a lot of people were saying going into this week that, you know, they thought Darrell Williams was better than CEH anyways. So
yeah. I was more worried about Darrell Williams when he
49 yards to Mecole Hardman.
Yeah.
And Dalvin Cook with a 4-yard rush.
I mean, I was thinking that.
Paris Campbell for 51 yards. Was that a... As I was saying, Paris Campbell for 51-yard touchdown. Always forget about that thing. It always pops up right when I'm starting to announce stuff.
I know. I can see that you're about to announce it. I'm like, nope.
Screw you, man.
With the blowhorn, we got to announce it, bro. It short.
Joe Burrow threw an interception, so that's fun.
Adam Thielen with a
Darrell Williams with a 3-yard rush. Yeah, Thielen with a 3-yard.
Mecole Hardman with a 3-yard completion. Adam Thielen with a 3-yard reception. Keenan Allen with a 3-yard reception.
I'm telling you, man. Daniel Jones, 14 yards to Dante Pettis.
Okay. Like the one wide receiver people aren't rostering.
Right.
That's funny. That Keenan Allen one down there it seems to have been paused down there for quite some time.
Dalvin Cook with a 14-yard rush. He's got you rolling, man. Come on, Cook. Put some yards on the board today, my guy.
Right.
Maybe a touchdown or 2 would be fantastic. The Panthers defense is tough, though, especially against the run. That Panthers defense is tough. So he's probably not going to have like a huge day, but he's good enough to put up decent numbers still.
Yeah.
5-yard pass to Jerick McKinnon from Mahomes.
That Paris Campbell 51-yard touchdown. That is pretty impressive.
Yeah. Ooh, Madison in with a 5-yard rush.
Interesting.
Khalil Herbert with a 25-yard rush. Herbert's playing well. Herbert's already got a touchdown. And yeah, he's playing well. I just realized in my work league, which is who I have this fantasy cast up with, the guy I'm playing against started Mark Ingram, and he's got Joe Mixon on his bench. That's tough. What the heck?
Wow. He started who over Joe Mixon?
Mark Ingram.
Well,
I
that's
don't
just
know. I don't know why. Maybe he thought Mixon was going to be hurt or out or something.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Amon St. Brown gets a 25-yard reception, and Khalil Herbert gets a 25-yard rush. So Herbert just kind of.
Yeah, I already said the Herbert one.
Oh, okay, sorry, missed that. Yeah, that Amon St. Brown getting that 25-yard catch. Looks like.
Which is nice. The coaches came out this week and said they wanted to get Amon Ross St. Brown more involved this week.
At the same time, on the same play, I got so that's on ESPN. It says Amon St. Brown, but from Sleeper, I got that catch was by T.J. Hawkinson. So I don't know how you get those two confused, but one of those is wrong. So I'm not sure if it was Amon St. Brown or Hawkinson.
I'm not either.
So that's interesting. Someone's wrong, and those shouldn't be hard to mix up.
Khalil Herbert with a 5-yard rush. Yeah, that's an interesting mix-up there.
Yeah. You know, they look a lot alike.
Adam Thielen for 3 yards.
That's interesting.
Yeah, okay. That's a weird mix-up there.
I agree.
So hopefully we'll get that worked out here in a minute.
Daniel Jones getting a rush for no gain. He better be careful. That's I don't know how much he needs to be running the ball today.
Don't take any hits today, buddy.
Greg Joseph gets a 25-yard field goal, and Mark Andrews with a 16-yard reception. So
yeah, that's where I was about to head too.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Some of these first quarters are kind of wrapping up here.
Yeah, wrapping up. Not a lot of scoring though.
Yeah, I mean, compared to those first kind of 2 weeks, though, those first 2 weeks were so slow, man. We were lucky to get any scores in the first half.
There's nobody with more than 7 points right now.
Right.
That's kind of crazy. Right. Justin Fields with a 4-yard rush. Yeah, it's kind of slow scoring right now, but maybe it'll pick up some steam, hopefully.
Patrick Mahomes throwing an interception here down in the red zone, down about the 5-yard line. It actually hit right off of Tyreek Hill's hands. There's no reason it shouldn't have been caught. For some reason, it just popped right up.
He had a catch pop off his hands last week for an interception.
Yep, same thing happened here. Just popped right up and went right into Washington because he was open, and it popped up. And weird.
Mark Ingram. After I was just talking about he started Mark Ingram, he just has a 24-yard rush. Like this will be the week Mark Ingram breaks out.
Well, honestly, I think we're starting him in our Vegas league. So, is it that bad? No,
we're not starting Mark.
I'm starting him somewhere. I'm pretty sure I'm starting Mark.
I think we got him in Truth Serum.
Yeah, Truth Serum. That's right.
That team's super deep though. This is just that league. This is just a 10-team. League over here where he started him. Latavius Murray with a 3-yard rush.
Yeah, so over there in our True Serum, Kyle, Myles Gaskin ended with 3.4 points with 9 yards rushing, right? And then Mark Ingram's already up to 3.2 points. So that's sad, dude. That is really sad.
It's very sad. Lamar Jackson with a 3-yard rush. Man, yeah, it's just what's going on?
It's a strange year, man.
It really is.
Cooper Kupp with a 6-yard reception there. That Lions one has been frozen on that.
I was literally
Brown. They broke.
Literally just about to comment on that because it's just sitting there. We still don't know for sure if it's St. Brown or Hawkinson.
I'm gonna guess Hawkinson. At this point, I think my faith is more in Sleeper than ESPN.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Philip Lindsay with a 5-yard rush. 9 yards to Mark Andrews. Jared Goff throwing an interception.
Wow.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
There's the Jared Goff we all know and love.
Oh my gosh. That
Oh,
Bengals
man.
team might have a good day.
Hey, I also have to mention, we have made a tactical error by having our pregame at 11 and rolling right into these games because skipping lunch is tough.
I'm telling you, it really is. Yeah,
We
it
should
makes
go from like 10:30 to 11:30 instead of 11 to noon. Take a little half hour before the game start and eat something.
that's actually not a bad idea.
They're gonna start hearing my stomach in the microphone here before too long.
Yeah, it's not great. We may have to take turns going solo for a minute here.
Joe Mixon 2-yard rush, Chuba Hubbard with a 5-yard rush. But yeah, dude, like we didn't think that through. Considering, we're both here every time for the first wave too. So it's like if you don't eat before, which I didn't, I wasn't hungry.
Same.
And then you gotta wait until 3:30 between games or something like.
But there really is no between games, right? Because the second wave of games starts before the first wave is completed.
Yeah, you got 2 that start at 3:05 and 2 at 3:25. So then they're staggered. So their half times don't even match up for you to eat between. Like
Jamar Chase with a 1-yard reception. Yeah, we just don't schedule
I might
that
try to
out.
wolf something down real fast at the halftime of this first wave. We take a little break.
Yeah, and they don't. Those half times don't line up like you said, so there's really no good time to do it. But
nah, Gibson with a 3-yard rush,
and Chuba Hubbard with a 5-yard rush. Looks like he's going to have a pretty decent day, which is silly. You wouldn't think against the Vikings defense, It's just not the same Vikings defense.
Royce Freeman with a 3-yard rush. I
think that was kind of expected.
Yeah.
I almost picked him up, but I think he's just going to be a little relief there.
Yeah, a little change of pace.
Tyler Boyd getting an 11-yard reception.
Darnold sacked for a loss.
Interesting. I'm interested. It's weird. I don't think DJ Moore has any receptions yet, which is surprising.
Yeah, it is. I saw he had a couple of one or two incompletions thrown his way, but
I have really bad news. I did not get an alert on this like I typically. I did. I just missed it. Sorry, guys. Big one here. Kadarius Toney ruled out with an ankle injury. He's ruled out for the rest of the game already. So that was 22 minutes ago. So,
awesome. Good thing I only started him in one league, I guess.
Yeah, and if you started Sterling Shepard, it's gonna pay dividends for you.
I started Kadarius Toney in my work league. He has 3.6 points and he's done for the day. Awesome. Because he was starting off really hot.
Yeah,
he was already I think he was on the fence to play anyways today because of that ankle.
Yeah, it said it was a re-aggravation.
Yeah, so
that's sad.
Devontae Booker with a 2-yard rush, Antonio Gibson 3-yard rush, Le'Veon Bell with a 6-yard rush for the Ravens. So there's another running back. You're telling me you're gonna healthy scratch Tyson Williams and play Le'Veon Bell?
Yep. When I saw that they pulled Le'Veon Bell up from the practice squad yesterday, I was like, that makes me worried about Tyson Williams. And then, yeah, they ruled him out earlier.
That is wild.
Oh. So Packers interception there. So it looks like Justin Fields throws an interception.
Heineke with a 3-yard pass to Ricky Seals-Jones, too. Lamar Jackson with a 22-yard rush.
And Antonio Gibson limped off the field. I think he's just having a hard time with those shin injury.
Man, what a year for injuries, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Really bad.
And it's all the guys that I have like big stock in everywhere. It's like
right. Exactly. That's just how that works.
How do I manage to pick all the players that are made of glass every year? Come on.
Right. And then Lamar Jackson gets a 22-yard rush.
Yeah, I just called that one.
Oh, sorry.
Nyheim Hines with a 2-yard rush, though.
I get distracted by this game sometimes having this on because I was looking at that announcement of Gibson, and I was trying to see what they were doing at running back here because I missed him limping off the field. DJ Moore got a target, but I still think no catches for DJ Moore, which is really surprising.
Still no catches. That is very odd.
I tell you what, in some of these leagues that we've had people come on and ask questions where they get return yards as well is interesting if you have Merkel Hardman in there, I feel like.
Yeah, Hardman would be a really, really good one. 52-yard pass from Wentz to Hilton.
That's huge. I was looking for that to be
massive. I had to scroll up to see if it was a score or not.
Yep. It was that big because his last big play like that, 51 yards.
DeAndre Swift with a 3-yard rush.
And Mark Andrews with a 21-yard reception.
Aaron Jones with a catch for no gain. But if you're in a PPR, you still got a point.
Exactly. Gotta love that. Guys, just had our Instagram post go out. Sloppy Sundays tonight at 10 p.m. Pacific time. That'll be midnight Central time, 1 a.m. Eastern time. If you want to talk about a sloppy Sunday, join those guys at 7 o'clock. And Ben from Fantasy Shot Callers, who was in our pregame, and they talk about the whole Sunday slate of games there. So go rant and rave, brag, whatever.
Real quick before I forget, because it just went to the end of the quarter, Dalvin Cook had a 9-yard rush right at the end of the quarter.
Cool.
And then Hawkinson with a 10-yard catch.
Yep.
But yeah, check out Sloppy Sundays. Check them guys out, man.
It's always a good time. Those guys do a good job with it. They're a lot of fun. That's live, so you can go on there and just chat with them and hang out.
Yep. 7 yards to Evan Ingram. So he's alive, which I imagine you'll probably see a little more of him now with Tony out.
Probably. I feel like he's been a pretty big disappointment. But
he really has. Just his whole career so far has been a disappointment.
Correct.
Swift with an 8-yard rush, which is nice.
Yeah, I expected Evan Ingram to have a much better career, and it just hasn't been. But DeAndre Swift,
an unfortunate landing spot for one, but for two, he drops a lot of passes.
He does. Yeah, it's kind of his own fault.
Yeah. 7 yards to Byron Pringle. Yeah, he drops a lot of passes. So, no, it was funny. You're talking about Sundays, and then last night was Fantasy Night Live. Scheduling those, I had to do a double take because I almost did it like Saturday at midnight. Well, I was scheduling it Friday, so it would have popped up that night at midnight. So I had to set it because of the whole Pacific and Central time zone issue. I had to actually book it for Sunday morning at 12 a.m.
Yep, it's a tricky one.
So I was like, oh, crap.
Woo! Who's ready to be annoyed?
Oh, my God, bro.
Le'Veon Bell with a 2-yard touchdown rush.
Jamal Williams with a 6-yard rush. But, bro, like, that is the most annoying. Ooh, Dalvin Cook with a 1-yard rush. Woohoo. That is the most annoying backfield I've ever seen in football. Is that Ravens one right now. Murray has a touchdown. Bell has a touchdown. They're swapping every play. Like, what is even going on, bro?
Yeah, it's like a roll of the dice. 100%.
It is. It really is. Oh, it's so bad. Oh,
yeah,
it's so
bad.
Bad.
Not a fan of that at all.
But I guarantee you'll see a lot of people picking up Le'Veon Bell this week if they're desperate with injuries. And he'll probably not score again the rest of the year. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never going to start him. I mean, everyone else there is going to have to be
You know
hurt.
how desperate you'd have to be? I don't know
I
if we
do.
called this out or not, but Harrison Butker had a 52-yard field goal
I did not call that
for the
out.
Chiefs.
But that's a big one.
I didn't think you did. Michael Badgley with a 41-yard field goal for the Colts. So we got a couple field goals there, and Swift with a 2-yard rush, Cook with a 3-yard rush.
There's been some long field goals kicked today. A lot of 50+ yarders.
Tunyon with a 7-yard catch. Yeah, I feel like the kickers are trying to bounce back from last week because last week was so rough.
Oh, it was so bad.
Cousins 20 yards to Adam Thielen. So Thielen involved there. Yeah,
last
dude.
week
Last week
was
was
bad for kickers.
literally historically bad for kickers because of 13 missed extra points, the most in history in a weekend. Like I feel like they're really making a push to bounce back this week because we've seen a lot of long field goals already.
Yep. Yeah, the ones from the Jags kicker is the most surprising, but
yeah, the Make-A-Wish kid.
Woof. Absolutely. Guy, he looked 16, I swear. No exaggeration there at all.
7 yards to Justin Jefferson.
Jefferson's been a PPR hog this year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of receptions.
Yeah, he does. He's having a really good year. But it's funny because it's almost like he's quietly having a good year.
Correct.
Like people aren't out just touting him in the streets, but like he's scoring 20+ points a game.
A lot of receptions. Austin Eckler with a 5-yard rush. Haven't heard much from him.
And Thielen with a 24-yard catch.
Yep. I feel like Thielen's getting the bulk of it today. But
the Vikings are moving the ball pretty well right now.
It'll be interesting.
Eckler has started a little slow, hadn't he?
Yeah.
I think last week, didn't he get his 2 touchdowns pretty late last week, though?
Yes, in like the late fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But Austin Eckler, I mean, he just had a 2-yard rush. I feel like they're going to have to get him involved in the passing game here pretty soon.
Yeah, they're going to
14 already. So
get him involved in the passing game, but also like the more you can run and keep the ball out of the Ravens' hands, it's going to be better as well. Dalvin Cook had a 4-yard rush. Darrell Henderson with a 4-yard rush. Haven't heard a lot from Darrell Henderson yet.
Not yet. Not at all. Yeah, I'd be surprised. Yeah, they did call a target there.
See, like I'm looking at the stats right now for the Rams. Like Henderson has 3 carries. Kupp has 2 receptions. Woods has 1 reception. Like that's it. They just haven't had the ball that much. They're 2 minutes into the second quarter, and I think they've had like 2 drives. The Giants have been playing possession football, and it's been working for them. So,
yep. Well, it's not looking good. The Kansas City defense, Anthony Hitchens, is he's down right now, getting looked to on the field. Holding his arm, though, it probably got hit by a helmet or something. And
real quick, KJ Osborne just had a catch. I missed the yardage, but then Cook with a 1-yard rush right after. Henderson with a 9-yard rush.
I think that KJ Osborne was like 12 yards or something.
And then Nico Collins with an 18-yard catch. So we got a few plays happening here.
So this
Johnny
is interesting.
Bates for 7 yards from Heineke.
Cooper Kupp got a 28-yard catch, but it was from Johnny Hekker.
Interesting. What happened to Stafford?
Yeah,
that's a fake punt. That's what that is. Hecker's a punter.
Okay.
So it's a fake punt. Gotcha. Wait. It just switched to Stafford. 28 yards to Cooper Kupp.
All right. Come on, ESPN.
ESPN's got to get it together, man. They're sinking us here. Mark Ingram with a 1-yard rush.
Antonio Gibson is questionable to return at the moment.
Oh, man. I can't handle it. All the injuries.
Too much. All right. Let's see. Slack in here.
Sony Michel with a 15-yard rush. Heineke 12 yards to Terry McLaurin. And Davis Mills 13 yards to Jordan Akins. Joe Mixon with a 4-yard rush. So you got a few fantasy relevant things happening there.
Yep.
Nobody's starting Jordan Akins, but maybe Sony Michel in a flex, considering the matchup.
Maybe.
Considering the matchup is possible. Uh-oh. Hit that beautiful bean footage.
Oh, the beautiful bean.
Matt Stafford with a 15-yard touchdown to Robert Woods. Oh, Bobby Trees is on the board.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Let's see. Real quick. Pass to Joe Mixon for 4 yards. Aaron Rodgers with a 2-yard rush. Pass to Phillip Lindsay for 9 yards. And Ricky Seals-Jones with a 2-yard catch. So, little bit of fantasy relevance there, but not as much as the Bobby Trees 15-yard TD, which a lot of Robert Woods owners are excited about that. Very happy.
I bet they're not. And the reason is I bet they're sitting him on their bench right now.
I'm not. In Roll Tide, I'm starting him. So
yeah, that's true. With bye weeks being the way they are, maybe not. But
you'd be hard pressed to be benching Robert Woods.
I mean, I've seen people do it. I mean, he just wasn't producing like at all, right? So, and then more beautiful bean footage.
Yep, I was just.
I'm a hawk, bro. I'm on it.
Kirk Cousins to Chris Herndon for a 1-yard touchdown.
Herndon has been like non-existent.
Then we got Aaron Rodgers, 32 yards to Devontae Adams, 4 yards to Brandon Cooks, Gibson with a 2-yard rush. So I guess he's back. Dalvin Cook missed the 2-point conversion run, which is unfortunate. But Herndon, when they traded for him, everybody really thought he was going to come in and kind of take over and be the guy, and it's still been Conklin. So it'll be interesting to see if they start trying to get him more involved going forward now.
Well, my prediction is yes, because I think we dropped him in one of our leagues to be able to field a team this week in one of our.
He's a heck of an athlete. So if you can get him up to speed in that offense and get him rolling, that's going to be an asset for them for sure.
Yep.
Aaron Jones had a 4-yard rush. Ingram had a 6-yard rush.
Yeah, that makes Mark Ingram better than Aaron Jones, right? So again, just drop Aaron Jones. They have AJ.
Aaron Jones had a 5-yard rush now too, so he's getting a few.
To catch up.
Yeah, he's getting a few in there. David Johnson with a 1-yard rush. J.D. McKissick with a 2-yard rush.
I'm being such a smart aleck now with people freaking out on Aaron Jones. He got an 8-yard rush now, guys. He's just chunk plays.
8-yard Aaron Jones.
You know what that means? Aaron Jones is good. Who cares about A.J. Dillon? Jeez. Calm down, people.
Exactly. Don't freak out. Gotta
keep our composure.
Exactly. Davis Mills, 5 yards to Nico Collins. Mills and Collins seem to have a rapport, man.
A little bit.
Heineke, 3 yards to McLaurin. But, yeah, Davis Mills seems to really like targeting Nico Collins.
Seems that way. Let's see.
Something that might work out for us in Truth Serum, which is incredible that anything in that league could work out for us.
Yeah, we need all the help we can get. In most of our leagues, we need all the help we can get. Aaron Jones, they are down. They were on the 9-yard line. It's 1st and goal. They're on the Chicago 9, and he got a 2-yard rush. So it's now 2nd and goal from the Chicago 7. Selfishly, I want that to be a pass to Aaron Jones. Aaron Rodgers to Aaron Jones for a touchdown would be fantastic. Always love that connection. I feel like they got that done a lot last year, and they connected on that a lot when they played the Lions earlier in the season. Aaron Jones, 3 of his 4 touchdowns were receiving touchdowns, I believe. So
Jones just had a 6-yard rush, and that's 3rd and goal on the 1. Davis Mills, 5 yards to Mark Ingram.
Yeah.
Dustin Hopkins made a 43-yard field goal for
That's
Washington.
keeping Washington in that game, 10-6. Pretty good.
Yeah, the Chiefs are just not dominating this year like they have in the past.
No, they're struggling. Even offensively, they're kind of struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it was especially like last week. I was watching them playing in the rain and stuff. Like it was hard to watch. They just weren't playing well.
No,
Jared Goff 6 yards to Khalif Raymond.
I think that's back-to-back for Khalif Raymond. I think. I could be wrong. I probably am. I usually am.
I don't think he had another one before that. He did earlier, but not. Alan Lazard hit it. Aaron Rodgers to Alan Lazard for a 1-yard touchdown.
Good for Aaron Rodgers owners. I don't know that anyone even desperate is starting Lazard, but also how sucky for Aaron Jones to rush, get it all the way down to the 1, and then they throw for it once you're on the 1 yard line. It's like, really?
Well, he should have got it in. He had 2 rushes from the 8. He should have got one of those in. 3rd and 1. I mean,
dang. But he was getting off chunk yards at 3 to 8 yards.
I'm just saying.
I'm guessing that they probably play action the crap out of that too.
Oh, here's Ben's favorite guy, Elijah Penny, with a 6-yard rush.
Hey-o. And DeAndre Swift with a 3-yard reception. So love when Swift is just catching the ball. Catch.
There you go. Herbert, 18-yard pass to Austin Eckler.
That's bound to keep happening. That connection is just going to probably keep happening. They're already 14 points behind. And then
you have to have Eckler involved in that offense.
How good is Austin Eckler?
Very
that
good.
Offense in general just has so many weapons. It's a dangerous offense.
Yeah. Agreed. You know who's not done anything today, though?
Mike Williams.
Mike Williams.
I saw it.
Keenan Allen has, he's got 2 catches for 14 yards. Jared Cook has 2 for 19 yards. Mike Williams has 2 targets, no catches.
Yeah.
That is going to be so frustrating for Mike Williams owners, including myself.
No, I mean, because I feel like later he'll get 2 touchdowns or something, probably later in the game.
Maybe.
2 catches for 116 yards and 2 touchdowns or something like that.
That's very possible, actually.
Like, it'll be something ridiculous. 2 huge catches.
Now, there's another pass for Khalif Raymond for 5 yards. Darrell Williams for a 4-yard rush. Is that the same 6-yard rush from Penny?
I think so. Yeah, it is.
7-yard pass to Justin Jackson from Herbert.
Hey, you better get Austin Eckler back in there.
Darrell Williams for a 3-yard rush. Ingram rush for no gain. Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I feel like that Kansas City offense is running the ball a little bit more today. I feel like they're actually rushing the ball between the tackles a little bit more, having a different running back in there. But it also could be – it's a combination probably of the two. You have a stronger runner and you have a pretty weak defense.
We were talking also, though, about how their offense just hadn't been clicking. I wonder if something's maybe not wrong with Mahomes, that, they haven't really come out and said anything, but he didn't look like himself really last week. And if they're running so much this week, it just kind of makes you wonder, like.
Yeah, I don't know. He also just
and then he runs for 17 yards.
Yeah, he got a pretty good rush there. Also, that
Fairbairn just made a 31-yard field goal too.
That touchdown pass to Lazard earlier from Aaron Rodgers was a little shovel pass across the middle, so little trickery in there. So it wasn't like a true pass.
Yeah, Kaimi Fairbairn had a 31-yard field goal for the Texans.
Getting them points, chunk points, 3. So there's another.
Daniel Jones just ate a sack.
And another pass intended for Mike Williams, but no connection. So
Daniel Jones just ate a 14-yard sack and fumbled, recovered by the Rams. So that's good stuff.
interesting. Gonna need Kelsey to start producing a little bit. That's someone who's really struggling because of that offense struggling. Kelsey just not producing quite what everyone would expect to be.
Still having a good year. He's still doing better than any other tight end right now. Because
yes,
man,
but
you talk about an inconsistent year for tight ends. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, but you're not drafting Travis Kelsey in the first round to just do better than the other tight ends, right? Like you're expecting him to do better than most running backs, most wide receivers. Like,
for sure.
So
yeah, for sure. But I just mean, as a whole, the tight end group this year has been
they've struggled.
Frustrating. Kittle's out again. Hawkinson's been inconsistent. Waller's been inconsistent.
Wow.
Like it's just even Andrews. Like he had that good game last week, but he's been pretty inconsistent. Like it's just it's frustrating.
Now Kelsey kind of limping off the field here.
9-yard catch by Higbee.
Speaking of tight ends,
Speaking of tight ends, yeah. But he's not really broken out like people thought he would either, though.
No. Chase here on Washington's defense, kind of on their list. He keeps kind of pushing Patrick Mahomes a little late, kind of punking Mahomes, and his offensive linemen are not liking that. That's getting a little chippy there on the line. So that'll be interesting to see how that keeps going.
Lamar Jackson with a 5-yard rush. Yeah, that'll be something to keep an eye on for sure.
There might be a couple penalties in there at some point.
Probably will be. There probably will be. Dalvin Cook with a 3-yard rush.
Patrick Mahomes.
Dalvin Cook with a 3-yard rush. Yeah, I mean, they're going to protect Mahomes over everybody else. So, of course, they're going to throw some penalty flags if it starts getting too crazy.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't thrown more flags on Chase for just kind of giving him those little shoves there, honestly, to protect Mahomes at all costs. Because, that's just how the NFL works, right? So,
yeah.
Little weak, you might say.
6-yard pass to Dalvin Cook.
That says a loss of 6 yards.
Oh, it sure does. I missed that. Lamar Jackson with a 10-yard pass to Marquise Brown.
Get it, Hollywood.
Hollywood. You're right. That is a 6-yard loss. That's how does that even happen?
Pass gone wrong, I guess. But that's still plus points in PPR, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, plus 0.4.
That's why PPR is kind of silly, honestly. But hey, whatever.
Yeah. Justin Tucker, 52-yard field goal made. Michael Pittman with a 3-yard rush.
And then we're back.
Matt Stafford to Cooper Kupp for a 3-yard touchdown. So the Rams rocking and rolling right now. We got one to Woods and one to Kupp.
Matt Stafford, what a year.
Ooh, Marlon Mack with a 4-yard rush.
But I think everyone kind of expected Stafford to have a pretty decent year, right?
Oh, totally. Yeah, everybody was expecting a big year from him.
So, not really a surprise per se. I think it's more of a surprise that it's Cooper Kupp over Robert Woods. I think it's more of the surprise.
I don't think it's necessarily a surprise that it's him over the other. I think everybody just expected the Woods to have more along with Kupp. But I don't know. It was, or at least more equal,
So I know this isn't
Madison with a 5-yard rush.
So interesting. And this is totally unrelated to football, but our YouTube channel. YouTube now has a tab on here since this morning that's called Posts. And so you have your uploads, your live, and then posts. And so you can actually put community posts to update your viewers with polls, images, and more, it says. So it looks like they're going to try to make YouTube a little bit more interactive and more social media-like.
Well, that's interesting.
That is interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what that looks like.
Yeah, for real. 6-yard pass to T.Y. Hilton. Does anybody even own or start T.Y. Hilton anymore?
Well, I mean, this is his first game back off of IR, right?
But does anybody own him?
I'm sure somebody picked him up somewhere.
Joe Mixon with a 6-yard rush. That's nice. Dude, that's good. That's kind of neat on YouTube's part. If they can be
a little bit more social media like.
Yeah.
Well, because Google has Google Plus, so they just integrate them somehow, I think that's smart.
Good Lord. A.J. Dillon, 36-yard rush.
Well, just like we said.
Antonio Gibson with a 15-yard rush. All righty then. Off to the races for the running backs here.
No joke. And
Which
then Michael Pittman Jr. with an 18-yard reception from Carson Wentz.
Nice. Very nice.
I feel like we've announced him for a couple kind of bigger catches there. So
yeah, he's had a few pretty decent ones. Joe Burrow, 1 yard to Mixon.
For the Colts there, receiving wise, Pittman, he has 2 receptions for 35 yards. So a 17-yard and an 18-yard reception. T.Y. Hilton currently is the leading wide receiver there with 3 receptions for 70 yards already. So coming back strong. Pretty good for T.Y. Hilton.
A.J. Dillon with a 2-yard rush. So we got, I guess Dillon's in just on this whole drive right now.
Yeah, but then I think once they get down here, they're on the 20-yard line now. They're getting down to the red zone. I could see them working Aaron Jones back onto the field probably.
Yeah. Justin Herbert with a 10-yard rush. And then Jonathan Taylor with a 3-yard rush.
And Joe Mixon with a 1-yard reception. So get you a little points there. That some of these games, well, this one here, the Bengals-Lions game already at the 2-minute warning. That's moving really fast.
Yeah, some at the 2-minute warning, and then we got several. It's like 8-5, 8-6. It's like
they're way ahead over there. So the afternoon slot only has 3 games today. Wow, because that London game, I guess. So
man, we might just have to take the second slate off and watch our Cowboys for 3 games.
3 games is not very great.
Hubbard with a 6-yard rush. Yeah, like, do we even need to stream for 3 games?
It might be hard. You might do for a little bit if Johnny's able to hop on.
I wouldn't mind watching the Dallas game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if Johnny's able to jump on for a little bit, but I don't know. Not the whole thing for sure.
Aaron Rodgers, 12-yard pass to Aaron Jones. So, see, you were right there.
Yep.
Bring him back in the red zone.
Yep.
We just message Johnny and be like, "Hey, save it for next week."
Yeah, we might skip second game this week.
I mean, 3 games. That's not even.
It's rough. So
Not even sure that's really worth it.
London game's screwing us over in more ways than one.
8 yards to Josh Palmer. You haven't seen that rookie's name much this year.
No, hardly at all. Which I don't think anyone expected it to be a this year thing.
No, everybody pretty much was saying, after Mike Williams' contract is up, they'll let him go, and then it'll be Josh's job opposite Keenan Allen. But, man, the way Mike Williams is playing this year, they might just re-sign him.
No joke. Also, A.J. Dillon comes in for a rush of -6 yards. So
awesome.
They screwed up there.
Hubbard had a 2-yard rush and then a 3-yard rush back-to-back.
Sitting at the 50-yard line now. Man, getting some pass interference calls here. That Washington defense having a hard time covering, but they're just tackling these Kansas City receivers instead.
Kind of like the OU game.
Yeah,
dude, we were getting so frustrated that I don't remember his name. It was number 7, their corner. He's probably the worst corner I've seen play football ever in D1. he was worse than Sanchez for the Sooners a few years ago. Like every time he got beat, every play he got beat. And every time he got beat and the ball came his way, he just tackled the receiver. Our guys were getting so frustrated. They'd get up and throw a tantrum every time because they couldn't get a single catch.
That was actually an offensive pass interference here. The guy was actually in really good – it looked like he had kind of undercut Kelsey, but on replay, he was actually in front of Kelsey, and Kelsey tried jumping over him. So, yeah.
Bold strategy. That's a big guy to be jumping over.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Then they run a reverse with Merkel Hardman. He makes a pretty good run and then gets hit, fumbles the ball, and Washington gets the ball back.
It's just Cole. There's no R in there.
Cole, sorry. So this will be another turnover in the red zone. Dude, they cannot stop turning the ball over in the red zone.
It's kind of wild.
It just keeps happening.
You're not used to seeing that now from them.
Yep. Who got the interception down there in the Chargers-Ravens game? Who threw that? Is that I feel like the Chargers intercepted.
I think the Chargers intercepted it.
Okay, so Lamar Jackson throwing an interception there.
Hey, 18 yards to DJ Moore. He's alive.
Man, what a relief there.
He is alive. Oh, what a relief it is. What commercial is that for? I forget.
Pop, pop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Alka-Seltzer. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Not a sponsor of the show, but we'll take money from everyone. And anyone.
Hey, there's Mike Williams for 26 yards.
There we go.
First and goal on the 1. He couldn't go one more yard for that touchdown.
Yeah, hopefully Austin Eckler can, though. That would be great. They'll probably give it to like Justin Jackson or something, Steve.
I doubt that.
You never know. Come on. Eckler's over there like, my owners are depending on me, coach.
Chuba Hubbard with a 5-yard rush. Yeah, Chuba with a 5-yard rush there. I'm watching that, too, to see who gets that.
I know. I'm super curious. And I've got my finger on the button just ready to celebrate.
It's got to be Eckler, right? It's got to be.
It better be. That's all I got to say about that. It's probably going to be Justin Herbert with a quarterback sneak or something would be.
Sony Michel with a 4-yard rush.
Now we've got everyone on the edge of their seats.
I know, man. Like, I'm staring at it. I'm like, come on with it.
It's first and goal on the 1-yard line. What's going to happen?
Jared Cook. Justin Herbert to Jared Cook for a 1-yard touchdown. Equanimous St. Brown, 15-yard pass from Aaron Rodgers.
I'm mad at the Chargers.
Yeah, that's kind of dirty for Eckler.
I bet they play action the crap out of that too.
Oh, you know they did. Everybody was ready for Austin Eckler to get that ball. So should I holler at Johnny and just tell him, like, hey, save it for next week?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Because I really don't think we need to stream for 3 games.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm cool with that.
I mean, we're not, like, drawing in viewers today anyways. It seems like people are busy this weekend or something. They weren't in the pregame like usual.
Yeah.
Like, must be a busy weekend.
It's seeming that way for sure. So, which is fine. I know we were going to introduce our DFS section today, but he had forgotten that he had promised his family to go to a pumpkin patch too. So it's kind of getting that holiday-ish season. A lot of people are doing that. That's what I'm probably doing later today as well. So with my kiddo. So totally understand that sort of thing for sure. And I have a feeling Johnny is probably actually attending a game up in Canada. It's probably why he was getting on late. So, yeah, it's not a huge ordeal. Ricky Seals-Jones gets a 6-yard reception. I know a lot of people are streaming him this week. And then Devontae Adams gets a 5-yard reception as well. The Chargers missed their extra point. So if you have Scano, you missed the extra point there. Zane Gonzalez gets a 47-yard field goal. And let me see. Anything else scoring-wise? Nope. So it looks like Mason Crosby's probably going to get a field goal there. They're at 4th and goal from the 20-yard line. So rough going in the red zone there. Mason Crosby makes the 39-yard field goal.
Yeah,
So.
Booker with a 2-yard rush also. 4-yard pass to J.D. McKissick. Did you catch the Zane Gonzalez 47-yard field goal?
I did.
Okay. Sorry, I was sending a text.
Yeah, that's fine.
But, yeah, I think hopefully we can get Johnny on here next week, and that'll work out. I don't know. Is there an England game next week too?
I can check really quick. Give me a second.
Mark Ingram with a 6-yard rush.
Who did? What? Oh, Mark Ingram.
Mark Ingram with a 6-yard rush.
I was talking about that Le'Veon Bell for 5 yards. Ew.
Yeah, Le'Veon Bell coming out of nowhere.
Gotta love that. Okay, let me check. What were we gonna check? Oh, week 6.
The Rams got an interception also just now, so that's
cool.
Yeah.
We need a turnover alert.
Yeah, we do. Got another Cup or Woods touchdown coming, maybe. It'd be nice.
It doesn't look like there's a London game next week from what I can tell.
There might be more afternoon games. The problem is also you got bye weeks starting now, so but we'll see what happens next week. I'm not sure. Well, if you got the schedule pulled up, you can see, I guess, how much.
Hold on, I'm trying to decide.
Darrell Henderson with a 4-yard rush. Devontae Freeman with a 7-yard rush. Jeez. That backfield.
Oh, yeah. I can't stand it. It's 3 veterans just kind of rotating. Ridiculous. What a Doug coaching staff.
For real.
How frustrating do you think it is for those players just in real life?
Oh, my God. I know I'd be frustrated. Can't
Absolutely.
get in the rhythm. 8-yard pass to Adam Thielen. 4 yards to Tyler Higbee. 9 yards to Joe Mixon. And Khalil Herbert with a 3-yard rush. So we got a few fantasy relevant things happen all at one time there real quick.
Yeah, a lot of catches. So
yeah, all those were catches except for the Khalil Herbert rush.
Yeah,
Dalvin Cook with a 1-yard rush. Cook's been, man, he had that 114-yard carry earlier, and then everything else has been 1 to 3 yards.
Yeah.
That Panthers D is tough this year, man. Justin Fields with a 7-yard rush.
Interesting.
Brandon Cooks with a 20-yard catch.
Okay. Coming alive. Justin Fields, that 7-yard rush. I didn't. People, I guess, expect him to be somewhat dual threat as well. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I thought he would be better, but he's just not ready. I mean, that's just all there is to that.
Yep.
Darrell Henderson with a 2-yard rush. For a touchdown, Darrell Henderson with a 2-yard rush.
So,
which I love to see. I love me some Darrell Henderson right now.
Love that. Also, not that it matters much because you can't really go off the projections. But out of the 3 leagues we're playing against, or I'm playing against, James, I'm projected to beat him in 2 of the 3 right now. So that's not bad. That's pretty good. The other one is our best of all league. And is that right? No, that's not right. That's our post-draft. Yeah. So the one that we're projected to get our butts kicked, that's where we have McCaffrey out along with Calvin Ridley.
We got
We lost Gus Edwards.
real quick 34-yard catch for Jamar Chase. So,
Sweet. Yep, that's a good one for him. He's been a little bit quiet today. So,
continue.
yeah, that's a tough one over there for us. We're also starting because Gronk is out as well, so we've also lost Gronk. So right now our flex over there is Ricky Seals-Jones. We're starting Tyler Higbee, Amon St. Brown, Odell Beckham.
Dude, that half that team is on bye.
Tony Pollard is in our starting lineup, and
half that team is on bye for us. The other half is hurt. So
yeah, that's a rough one.
It was a rough one this week setting that, but it is what it is.
But
I haven't checked. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Heineke to Ricky Seals-Jones for a 39-yard touchdown. I started him in several leagues this week. Just flex or, Kittle replacement or whatever it happened to be. And thank God for it. I think there was one league I actually ended up dropping it. Oh, it was our family league. I dropped him for Hunter Henry. But we did start him in a few leagues, and so that paid off.
So in my work league, I didn't even know if I was going to be able to field. That's the one where Tyson Williams was ruled out late, and I ended up going and picking up Dearness Johnson. Anyways, I'm projected to win that one right now because Chuba Hubbard's having a decent day. And Waddle had me 2 touchdowns, and now Seals-Jones has that touchdown. So paying off pretty decent. He has T.Y. Hilton on his bench. So
Chuba just had a 9-yard rush right before the 2-minute warning there.
Nice. That Seals-Jones is going to be good. I think a lot of people are probably streaming him this week. And I'm guessing he was probably a pretty good pickup on DFS. So
I would imagine so. I imagine he was probably pretty cheap this week.
Yeah, I'm starting Ricky Seals-Jones in at least 3 leagues.
I'm starting him in my work league. I'm looking at it right now.
We started him in Truth Serum. I started him in my work league.
It's funny, I picked him up and I put him in Truth Serum last night. I was just because I'll go in there every now and then and I'll just cruise the waivers to see if there's anybody because we're hurting for flex guys.
It's so rough.
Khalil Herbert had a 3-yard rush and Devontae Booker had a 4-yard rush.
David Johnson had a 3-yard reception.
I'll just go check it, and he was still sitting out there. I was like, he's a better flex. I forget who we had in there, but I was like, he's a better flex than that. So
I can't remember who we had in there.
There was somebody in there that was just not gonna get any points. And I was like, man, we got to switch that up.
Maybe I can tell you here in a sec. Of who we added him
because I had an empty slot.
Well, we added him. It shows that we added him on the 13th for $6.
We did? I didn't think we claimed him. He wasn't on, but I put him in our starting lineup. I know.
Who else would we have had?
Oh, we had Josh Gordon in there. I swapped him out for Josh Gordon.
Well, that's a good move.
Yeah. I was like, I'm not ready to put Josh Gordon in there as a flex just yet. So I put him in there.
I was thinking that you probably put him in over here.
I put him in the post-draft one as a flex.
The post-draft. That's the one I was thinking.
That's the one. That's right. That's the one where I picked him up last night.
Okay. Then you probably played him over Mark Ingram or something.
Yeah, I threw Pollard up in our starting lineup, and then I threw Seals-Jones in our flex.
Nice. Guys, we're talking a lot right now because there's not much going on.
Yeah,
these teams at
Fields
all.
12 yards to Marquise Goodwin.
One's already at halftime. A couple are at 2-minute warnings.
A lot of 2-minute warnings, a
lot of
couple of
punts.
punts, made extra points. Like there's just
downtime
nothing.
here. So you're not missing anything.
In fact, everything is at 2 minutes or below. Like we could probably go ahead and do our halftime.
Yeah.
There's 16 to Austin Eckler, 16-yard pass, but that one just went to halftime.
Let's actually do a quick run through of some scoring really quick. Just kind of your scoring leaders for the day. I'll refresh this just to make sure that it is up to date. But for your running backs, Latavius Murray, of all people, is your top running back at the moment. This is for all the games that are just going on right now. You have Latavius Murray with 12 points, Khalil Herbert with 11, Chuba Hubbard with 10.7, Darrell Williams with 10.5, Chris Evans with 9.4. Guys, let's keep in mind of the list I just read off.
So everybody at the top of your running back ranks for the day, for the week, is backups. They're all backup running backs.
Yeah, and let's keep going. Let's keep going with how worthless is. Joe Mixon is at 6 with 9, but then followed that is J.D. McKissick, Darrell Henderson, okay. Then Le'Veon Bell, Mark Ingram, Devontae Booker, and then you get to Aaron Jones, Dalvin Cook, Austin Eckler. Like you have to go that far down, and then insert A.J. Dillon and Devontae Freeman before you get to Jonathan Taylor, and then Hines, and then Swift. Like, and Gibson's all the way down at 21. So you have a bunch of just insignificant fantasy players.
Wow, bro. That is insanity.
That's the year we're having. Let's see at wide receiver really quick. At the top is Cooper Kupp, as is most weeks, followed by Adam Thielen. Then you got Paris Campbell, Robert Woods, T.Y. Hilton, Alan Lazard, Brandon Cooks, then Jamar Chase, and Terry McLaurin.
So we're missing, hold on, DJ Moore just had a 6-yard rush. Kelsey just had a 17-yard catch. There was a 19-yard catch by somebody before that. It switched. As soon as I came over, I missed it.
Just rattling some stuff off there.
Yeah, we missed a couple plays there. But
yeah, keep going there and just let me know if there's
Sam Darnold, 17 yards to Alex Erickson.
So right now your top 5 receivers, the only ones that have scored double digits, and that's going to be Cooper Kupp, who just probably got another one, another big one, or it just updated. But I have him at 20.2, Adam Thielen with 13.1, Paris Campbell with 12.1, Robert Woods with 11.1, and T.Y. Hilton at 10. So, yeah, not a ton going on there. And then let's jump over to tight end. You got Ricky Seals-Jones now at the top of 13.4, followed by Jared Cook with 11, and Travis Kelce with 8.6, Mark Andrews with 7.6. So, Travis Kelce just getting a couple catches on this final 2-minute drive is where he just picked up most of those points, honestly. So, yeah, a couple halftimes here. A few halftimes here, actually. So, yeah, if you want to go ahead, let's go ahead and, well, I have a feeling there could be some stuff happening here with these 2-minute drills just produce points, you know? So I hate to miss some scores. But if you want to go ahead and head out and try to grab some food really quick, because halftime goes really fast. There's Kelce with yet another catch in this 2-minute drill. So if you want to head out and go get some food really quick, and then when you come back, I can.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Just don't shut your thing off stream there. Just mute yourself, and we'll leave you up on stream so that when you come back, you can hop on if I'm gone.
All right, man. I'll be right back.
Cool. All right. Sounds good. All right, guys. We're going to keep watching this here until halftime hits for these games because, again, going in halftime, you got these 2-minute drills, and they do produce some big plays. I know Travis Kelce is racking up his catches right now. He just had another 14-yard catch. Tyler Higbee with a 9-yard reception. So the Rams using Tyler Higbee in their 2-minute drill too. Oh my gosh. Patrick Mahomes throws an interception. fumbles the snap, gets it, is being tackled, throws it, goes off his hand weird, just pops straight up in the air. Another turnover as they're going down to score. They are just struggling so hard. Every time they get down into the red zone, they just turn the ball over. And our friend Austin is a huge Kansas City fan, and I'm sure he is just screaming right now. That'll be their third turnover in the red zone today. So I'm sure he's screaming at the TV screen, as is every other Kansas City fan as well. So that's disappointing for sure. Breck over here says, the first 4 weeks, DJ Moore looked like a Pro Bowl caliber wide receiver, but he's been non-existent for the past 2 weeks. Why is that? No, I agree. It has been disappointing. He was the man there, right? But, why is that? I'm not 100% sure. But, I mean, a lot of these guys have been struggling a lot this year. There's been hardly anyone that's been on the whole season so far. And I'm going to interrupt that really quick. Matt Stafford having a day. He got a 25-yard touchdown pass to Darrell Henderson. So that's a big one for Darrell Henderson. Big score there. Coming back over here to the chat where Breck asked why DJ Moore has been kind of non-existent. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, that's a surprise to me as well. He was doing really good. Expect big things from Moore in that offense. I'm just going to look over at some of his stats. But, I mean, he had huge target shares. Last week, he only had 7, 5 of 7. And this week, he's 1 for 3 for 18 yards. That's horrible. So, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, it was Philadelphia and now Minnesota, so not great defenses. There's really no reason for that to be the case. So I'm not sure, man. That's a great question. I'm a little worried about it because I do have DJ Moore in some leagues. But, yeah, he looked fantastic those first 4 weeks. I mean, he's in double-digit targets, getting 8 receptions a game for weeks 2 through 4, 2, 3, and 4. He had 8 receptions a game, 3 touchdowns in all of those combined. So he's just putting up huge points and then just tank, right? Playing still a good snap percentage of the snaps, over 80%. So I just don't have an answer for that. I'm not sure because he's playing against a weak defense and still not producing properly is what I would call that. He's not producing the way he should. So, sad. Come back over here at Fantasy Cast really quick and just make sure I'm not missing much. There's another target for DJ Moore. They're just not connecting today. So, it's sad. I don't know why, but they're just not connecting. Let's see what happens here. I'll just leave that at that. Cool. Let's see. Looks like the only 2 games that are still going is the Rams-Giants. That's got 33 seconds. The Vikings-Panthers has 44 seconds. Both just received a punt. Looks like the Giants and the Vikings both received a punt. So that Vikings-Panthers game, yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. The Giants are getting thumped by the Rams. I think we all kind of expected that. They're just struggling right now, and the Rams look really good. The Rams are really good right now. So no surprises, per se. Let me see. The rest of these games, no games are really a runaway. I mean, the Ravens have kind of dominated the Chargers, but that's only 17-6. So still a pretty close game there. Everything's within 10 points, except for that one. That one's 11 points, but you know what I mean? Like everything else is 10-0, 10-3, 10-7, 12-10. So everything's pretty close, pretty tight. So competitive football going today, which which is good for fantasy purposes, right? Because that means everyone's still playing regular. They're still running the ball. They're still passing the ball. So sometimes those games, like you see the Rams being up 28-3, that could end up being bad for Cooper Kupp or Robert Woods. Luckily, they got theirs early. So, but if you expect them to keep piling on points after that, probably not going to happen just because of game plan. They're probably going to run the ball a lot. Maybe shorter passes, which in PPR isn't necessarily horrible, I guess. But Dalvin Cook rattles off a 7-yard rush, and that's probably going to just take them into halftime there. They have the lead 12-10. There's 40 seconds left. So they're probably just going to, if they're running the ball, they're just trying to take it to halftime, it sounds like. But at least you got to, oh, no, they took a timeout. What the heck do I know? It's 31 seconds left. They're on their own 19-yard line, so I don't know what their game plan is here. That's really strange. What else? Let's see. Everything else at halftime except for that Giants one. I have a feeling the Giants are not going to push their luck here. They're on their own 39. Well, with 33 seconds left, I mean, that's pretty good field position. They might try to get it down into field goal range there. I don't know if they're going to be capable of it. I mean, that Giants offense, not great, right? And now missing Tony, since Tony went out with his injury really early, that hurts them even more because it seemed like he was getting some really good production early on there. In case you were wondering, Zach Ertz is not eligible to play this week. You can only play once a week. So not even just in fantasy, just in the NFL. You can only play once a week. So Zach Ertz was not eligible to play for the NFL rules. So don't think you're getting tricky and getting to play him this week. Just FYI. Okay, so this is why the Giants shouldn't do what they do, right? The Giants just threw they just threw an interception back to the Rams. Not smart. So that's at the Rams' 37-yard line, 17 seconds left. Not sure that the Rams are going to try to get anything off of that, but that's horrible. That's horrible. I mean, you don't even... Okay, I'm just leaving it at that. Good job, Danny Dimes. So you're really mad. You're really mad, though, if you're starting Danny Dimes and then he just chucks an interception there at the end of the half. That -2 points could be huge. I mean, it's could lose you a game just being stupid there. So sorry about that, guys. That's not good. LA got a short 4-yard pass there to Darrell Henderson. They're on their own 41-yard line, and they do call a timeout with 10 seconds left. So I don't know what their plan of attack is there, and Joe Mixon rattles off a 14-yard rush right off the bat, coming out against the Lions in the second half. That's sort of what we should expect from Joe Mixon today, though. I mean, that's a weak run defense, so Mixon should be having a pretty decent day. I can't even remember who scored their touchdown earlier. Oh, it was Evans. Evans scored that touchdown earlier. He has one catch for 24 yards and a touchdown. Good percentage. Joe Mixon with a 4-yard rush. I'm going to come out just running the ball with him. Don't blame him there. Somehow they're only up 10-0 there, which is kind of crazy because it feels like they've just been moving the ball up and down the field, and the Lions definitely have done nothing. Dalvin Cook gets a 9-yard rush there, so that's pretty solid. He's playing. What happened? Oh, that's right. So that just goes to halftime. They called that timeout. And that's what they did. Okay, so that's at halftime now. Dalvin Cook got some yardage there, though, to end the half, so that's kind of nice. Let's see. So Chargers-Ravens just came back from halftime, and the Bengals-Lions have been back from halftime now. Chris Evans gets a 3-yard rush, so there you go. We've got 2 games going at the moment. One just kicked off, so no actual plays being ran. Yeah, Carson Wentz, seeing these replays, Carson Wentz, 9 for 15 for 185 yards and a touchdown. He's got a couple really big plays there, a 51-yard touchdown pass and then a 52-yard reception later on to T.Y. Hilton. Joe Burrow gets a 5-yard rush. Let's see here. So, this is kind of that awkward time. Latavius Murray gets a 6-yard rush. This is kind of that awkward time where now we're down to like 2 games going, right? Those first 2 that went to halftime, and now they're back, but everything else is at halftime. So, C.J. Uzomah with a 8-yard reception. So that's not anything to be super excited about. I know a lot of people probably went out and grabbed him after he had that one good game. That's all he had is that one good game. So, yeah, not great. They're showing all the turnovers here for Kansas City. I mean, they're 3, maybe 4 turnovers in the red zone today. Just look at that. Patrick Mahomes already thrown 8 interceptions this season. He had 6 all of last season. So, not a great start to this season for him at all. But in his defense, not all of them have been his fault either. He's had multiple go off Tyreek Hill's hands and be picked off. So it's not really Mahomes' fault. That's just that whole team is struggling to hang on to the ball, and they need to get it together. They're not championship caliber right now by any means. I mean, they're not even close. So rough stuff for sure. Let's see. Some of these other games, or at least one more, is kicking off here. That Colts-Texans game just kicked back off for the second half. Rashad Bateman with a 4-yard reception there. That might be his first of the game. I'll double check that for you, but definitely haven't called his name out. And I mean, this is his first game, so don't expect a lot there. But now that goes. Oh, he's got 2 catches for 10 yards. So on 3 targets. So I don't think anyone should be expecting a lot out of him just right off the bat. So Devontae Freeman gets a 5-yard rush, still rotating them like the rotisserie chickens. Jeez, Pete, you just don't know who's going to touch the ball when. See, they've got 3 running backs there. Jonathan Taylor with a 1-yard rush, Joe Mixon with a 1-yard rush. Nothing chunk yardage, not really scoring anything, but getting some usage. So that'll bring the Bengals to 4th and 1, and they'll have to punt it away. They're on the Detroit 40. I bet they still punt that away. So, and then Devontae Freeman gets a 4-yard rush. So it looks like it's Freeman 2 rushes in a row. Maybe it's his birthday or something to give him 2 rushes in a row back to back. Woo! Coach loves him. Just being smart aleck. Guys, that offense has been so annoying for any of those running backs. And I feel bad for Tyson Williams. Tyson Williams getting hosed in all of this. He's getting really hosed. So, that sucks. That sucks pretty bad. There's Latavius Murray with a 2-yard rush. So there's what y'all love and expect at this point. Sad but true. Sad but true. I don't know what's going on in that Bengals game. Looks like they're thinking about it. I'm gonna guess that there was probably a timeout because they're still at 4th and 1. Again, they're on the Detroit 40. That'll be interesting to see what they end up doing there. They're up 10-0. That's a tricky part of the field, and that Lions defense is not good. So maybe just go for it. That'll be interesting to see. And everything just at a standstill here for a second. Carson Wentz got sacked by Jonathan Grenard, so they ended up punting the ball away there. Houston will take over on their own 21-yard line. That Latavius Murray 2-yard rush gave them a first down, but it looks like they're still just sitting on that. So I don't know what's going on there either. I'm also worried that some of this is just frozen, because you know how Fantasy Cast does. If any of you have ever used Fantasy Cast, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, trying to see. Afraid to refresh just because, but nothing is updating either. The Texans game updated. There's Latavius Murray with a 1-yard rush. Maybe they were reviewing it. They may be reviewing that Joe Mixon rush to see if he actually got a first down. So that's also a possibility. It's possible that they're reviewing those because they changed out Latavius Murray from a 2-yard to a 1-yard. Didn't really matter because he still got the first down. But okay. Oh. That's a big one, guys. That's Joe Mixon for a 40-yard reception for a touchdown from Joe Burrow. So must have done a little screen pass there on 4th down, and he took it to the house. Again, me and Kyle just traded for him, but I traded him away in one of my leagues a couple of weeks ago. But for McCaffrey in a deal, luckily I already had Chuba Hubbard, but still it's not paying off by any means. Because Chuba Hubbard is just not producing the same, right? They're different running backs. They don't lean on him as much. I mean, so you can't expect Chuba Hubbard to pop in there and be as productive as McCaffrey. So I would take Joe Mixon over Chuba Hubbard any day. But that's the trade-off I got in that. And I got A.J. Brown and gave up Devontae Adams. At the time, it was great. Now it's not great. So, not happy about that. Rashad Bateman gets an 11-yard reception, and Khalil Herbert with a 13-yard rush. So, Herbert just piling on some yards there. Devontae Freeman then gets a 7-yard rush. So, flip the coin there if who's going to get it. Well, that would have to be a 3-sided coin, so roll the dice. Ugh. What a mess. I'm not sure if I have Joe Mixon in more than just that one league. That may be the only league that I have. And it's just that one, I'm not sure. Got a text from Jay the Plug, who we all know and love from his interviews on the network here with some superstars. And he helps run the Pace League with Justin from Clock Management. Also, just what a league there. It's fantasy football for charity, and got a lot of big names in there, including T-Pain and some guys from the NFL Network and whatnot. And Travis Kelce just got a 9-yard catch. Just throwing that out there really quick. But anyways, got a text from him, and Gary Barnage is going to be in the league next year in that Pace League, so that's exciting. Good guy there, Gary Barnage, good guy. If you, go check that out for sure. Because you're missing out if you have not checked that out. Definitely go check it out. Got some good content on the network for sure. A lot of different types of shows, football and fantasy football related. It's awesome. Let's see here. I do think that Williams is being more productive than CEH, so this could make things very interesting for the rest of the season for CEH and CEH owners. Don't be excited if you have CEH. Marcus Robinson doesn't really help anyone. That's a 10-yard reception from Patrick Mahomes. Lamar Jackson gets a 2-yard rush. Yeah. So a lot of slowness right now. Some of these games are still at halftime. A couple of them are those two that went a little bit later. But right now we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 games going right now. So Le'Veon Bell gets a rush for no yards. the Colts getting a score in there. Mo Alley Cox with a 28-yard reception from Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz putting up some good fantasy points today. So that's a 28-yard catch from Mo Alley Cox for a touchdown. Just to kind of look, I'm going to go over here to top quarterbacks. I would guess that Carson Wentz probably the top. Matt Stafford, of course. That's assuming that this is not updated. I'm guessing that probably is not updated because that just happened. So hard to say. Welcome back.
Did you get this Mark Andrews one?
No, wait. Oh, no, that didn't. Not until after you said it.
I came back just in time.
Yeah. Lamar Jackson throwing a 9-yard touchdown to Mark Andrews. So
got to see what I missed while I was gone having lunch.
Missed a couple.
25 yards to Henderson. I love that. 40 yards to Mixon. I love that.
That was on a 4th and 1.
Mo Alley Cox for 28 yards. I don't care.
TJ Hawkinson just got a 5-yard catch.
I never heard you stop. So if you want to go grab some lunch real quick.
Yeah, I just kept going because kind of as expected, some crazy things happened. Now, Patrick Mahomes threw an interception in the red zone on just a screwed up play. So that's their 3rd turnover in the red zone today. Patrick Mahomes owners are hating it. Hating it. So, it has not been a good day for Kansas City offense at all. Luckily, their defense has stepped up and kept Washington to only 13 points so far. So, anyways, with that being said, I am going to go grab a bite to eat, and I'll just let you take over from here. And no sound effects, but I'm sure that that's probably fine.
It'll probably be all right. When you get back, we'll catch up on the.
We'll play one and then recap them all. Yeah. All right. See you soon.
All right. So we got 5-yard pass to Hawkinson here. Chase Young still making Patrick Holmes' day a living hell. It's nice to see Mark Andrews getting another touchdown this week after he had 2 last week. Darrell Henderson killing it today. A pair of touchdowns for him, which I like because I got him in a pair of pretty important leagues of mine. And now, I'm over here looking at the scoring leaders that we were looking at before halftime, before I went to lunch. Now you got Mixon and Henderson at the top as 1 and 2 respectively. And then you jump down to Herbert, Murray, Darrell Williams, Chuba, McKissick, Evans, Le'Veon Bell, Mark Ingram. Holy crap. Devontae Booker, and then Aaron Jones all the way at 12. What a list of leaders. And then you go Jones, Eckler, Cook. And then it's Devontae Freeman, A.J. Dillon, Jonathan Taylor. Very weird list of leaders. That running back for the week, for sure. Let's see. Not a lot going on still. We got some people coming back from halftime. Darrell Henderson with an 8-yard rush. Devontae Adams with an 11-yard reception. Let's jump back over here to our leaders. Let's look at receivers. I'm curious. I know we ran through some of these before halftime, but Cooper Kupp is your leader for the day, 22.8, and then all the way down at 13.1 is Thielen. Paris Campbell, Robert Woods, T.Y. Hilton is in the top 5. Then Alan Lazard, Brandon Cooks, Devontae Adams, Jamar Chase, Mecole Hardman round out your top 10. McLaurin's 11. Nico Collins is 12. Kadarius Toney's still 13, sorry, even though he's not playing anymore for the day. So, very interesting. Khalif Raymond, Pittman, Pringle, Justin Jefferson's all the way down at 17. Interesting list of leaders for the week here. That touchdown for Andrews put him in the lead at scoring for tight ends. Andrews, Seals Jones, Kelsey, Cook, Mo Alley Cox jumps up to 5 with his touchdown. Higbee, Hawkinson, Herndon is at 8. Komet's at 9. Uzum is at 10. Like, what a list of leaders. Aaron Jones with a 28-yard rush. You'll love to see that. Aaron Jones with a 5-yard rush. Joe Burrow, 7 yards to T. Higgins. Keep throwing to T. Higgins. General Mills with a 17-yard pass to Brandon Cooks. 1 yard to Mike Williams from Justin Herbert. Ingram rushes for no gain. Joe Mixon with a 7-yard rush. Matt Stafford, 5-yard pass to Cooper Kupp. J.D. McKissick with a 4-yard loss. Dalvin Cook with a 6-yard rush. Some bunch of short plays here. Joe Mixon with a 6-yard rush. You like to see Mixon put in work today. You got to take advantage of this matchup with the Lions, right? It's such a good matchup. Davis Mills, 8 yards to Jordan Akins. Austin Eckler with a 1-yard rush. So it says Kirk Cousins rush for loss of 9, and then this Heineke pass for a loss of 14 to Seals Jones. I don't know about all that. Looks like it might have been an error, but Joe Mixon with a 3-yard rush. Heineke loss of 4 to Gibson. So I think they're messing up. There it is. Heineke 48 yards to Antonio Gibson. So it was a typo on ESPN's part. 7 yards to Tyler Conklin from Cousins. Matt Stafford, 18 yards to Van Jefferson. Aaron Rodgers, 9 yards to Mercedes Lewis. Where's Tunyon? Antonio Gibson with a 4-yard rush. Couple of punts here. The Vikings and the Texans both punted. Henderson with an 8-yard rush. Taylor Heineke loss of 4 yards to Adam Humphries. A.J. Dillon with a 1-yard rush. Devontae Freeman rushes for a loss of 3 yards. Not a lot going on right now. A couple of punts, a timeout. Joe Mixon with a 4-yard rush. Stafford 5 yards to Van Jefferson. Dustin Hopkins for Washington just missed a 42-yard field goal. Wow, I don't know how to pronounce that. Aaron Rodgers, 4-yard pass to Josiah DeGuara. I have no idea who that is. Darrell Henderson with a 6-yard rush. They're really getting Henderson rolling here. You love to see that. Breck says, I have Woods, Moore, and Hollywood starting. I've never been so disappointed. Yeah, Moore and Hollywood are definitely having down days. Woods at least had a touchdown earlier. Aaron Jones with a 5-yard rush. Chris Evans with a 6-yard rush. Yeah, at least Woods got a touchdown for you earlier. But I need to look. I don't think he's really done much else. Yeah, 2 catches for 31 yards and a touchdown. So not a great day, but it could be worse. It could be Hollywood or more. Henderson with a 10-yard rush. Joe Burrow with a 23-yard pass to T. Higgins. Keep throwing to Higgins. A lot of people wanting to see him get back up to speed now that he's back. Aaron Rodgers, a 10-yard pass to Aaron Jones. They'll probably get down to the 1 and give it to Dillon or something because Jones got screwed earlier out of a touchdown after he ran all the way down, and then they threw it to – who did they throw that to? Oh, Lazard, I think it was. Sonny Michel with a 5-yard rush. Hubbard rush for no gain. Joe Mixon with a 2-yard rush. Jonathan Taylor with an 83-yard rush. Holy cow. First and goal on the Houston 5. He couldn't get that last 5 for you. That's tough. They don't have that game on in my area, so I'm not watching it, but it sounds like he might have just run out of gas and they caught him at the 5. Very unfortunate. Aaron Rodgers. I apologize. I don't have the sound effects. Corey's not here. So, wah, 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 touchdown. Aaron Rodgers to Aaron Jones for 12-yard touchdown. That was my impersonation of the air horn for the touchdown. Jonathan Taylor with a 2-yard rush. Patrick Mahomes, 13 yards to Darrell Williams. Sam Darnold sacked. So, Aaron Jones owners rejoice. He got in for the touchdown. Darrell Henderson with a 1-yard rush. They're now 4th and 1 from the Giants' 13. Be interested to see if they go for that or go ahead and kick the field goal. With the lead that they have, I imagine they'll go ahead and kick the field goal. Jonathan Taylor with a 1-yard loss. That's tough. 3rd and goal on the 4. Darrell Williams with a 4-yard rush. A lot of running game going right now. See, the Bengals just made a 40-yard field goal. Jonathan Taylor. Wah, 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 wah. All right, Jonathan Taylor up the middle for a 4-yard touchdown. Jonathan Taylor owners rejoice. Chuba Hubbard with a 5-yard rush. Justin Tucker with a field goal. So, all right, got a couple of big touchdowns there for Aaron Jones and Jonathan Taylor. It's very nice, very, very nice. I don't own Jonathan Taylor in any leagues, which is kind of shocking, honestly, that I didn't end up with him in at least one league out of 11. Let's see. Rose28 says AJ Green, Christian Kirk, Tyler Lockett, Chase Edmonds, pick 1. Chase Edmonds. He's your best bet there for guaranteed work. Green and Kirk, they're just not that involved on it. Like, flip a coin as to who's going to get any targets between those two. And then Tyler Lockett with the Russell Wilson injury, I'm not touching him until Wilson comes back. Mahomes with a 5-yard pass to Darrell Williams. So, yeah, go with Edmonds on that, Rose. Sam Darnold sacked. Vikings been getting to Sam Darnold quite a bit today. All right, so literally nothing going on right now. A couple of field goals, extra points, kickoffs. Just nothing happening. Sam Darnold incomplete for DJ Moore. Man, he's having a hard time hitting DJ Moore today. Khalil Herbert had a 2-yard rush. Yeah, Moore's having a rough day today. 1 reception for 18 yards. That's tough. Because I needed DJ Moore to have a good day today. Myself. Chuba Hubbard with a 2-yard rush. Justin Fields to Khalil Herbert for 8 yards. Everything's moving kind of slow right now, folks. Penalty, a couple of kickoffs. Another incomplete for Darnold. Punt. The Chargers punted to the Ravens. Justin Fields an incomplete pass. Jared Goff for 33 yards to TJ Hawkinson. You love to see that if you're a Hawkinson owner. He's throwing to him quite a bit today. Let's see. Let's take a look here. Curious. So Hawkinson has 8 targets, 6 catches for 59 yards on 8 targets. So they're definitely trying to get Hawkinson back going in that offense. He's targeting him heavily today. Devontae Booker with a 2-yard rush and a 12-yard reception for Tyreek Hill. Thank goodness he actually caught one and didn't bounce off his hands into the defender's hands for a change. Mark Ingram with an 11-yard rush. And then Justin Fields, 11 yards to Darnell Mooney. Sam Darnold, 5 yards to Brandon Zylstra. Daniel Jones, 10 yards to Sterling Shepard. So Khalil Herbert with an 11-yard rush. So we were dead there for a little bit, and now all of a sudden there's some plays happening here that are fantasy relevant, which is nice. So Corey, we had 2 touchdowns while you were gone.
I was actually off screen eating but listening.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to hit the actual air horn because I tried to.
Your air horn was pretty legit.
I tried to impersonate as best I could, but I know Aaron Jones a 12-yard catch for a touchdown, and then Jonathan Taylor with a 4-yard rush for a touchdown. Those are 2 pretty big ones for owners of those guys. Khalil Herbert with a 3-yard rush, 9-yard catch for Brandon Cooks. Yeah, those are a couple of. Oh, and Latavius Murray with a 5-yard rush.
Well, one for Jonathan Taylor after that huge 83-yard play.
83 yards, got caught at the 5. Yeah, that was.
At least he still got his touchdown.
Exactly. Mark Ingram with a 2-yard rush. Yeah, it was nice to see him go ahead and get his touchdown. They didn't hand it to like Hines or something.
Right.
That's almost what
you
you expected.
Let's do it to Hines.
You almost expected him to hand it to somebody else. Running backs almost always come off the field after a long run like that, seems like.
Yep. It does seem that way.
Especially if it seems like he ran out of gas and got caught, at the 5. Lamar Jackson complete for 8 yards to Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, he's gotten a few
So
catches
Bateman
today.
lives. Phillip Lindsay with a 1-yard rush. It's nice to see Bateman in there doing some work. Daniel Jones, 11 yards to Devontae Booker.
Now, just to touch on Bateman really quick, Bateman currently has 4 catches for 29 yards, and Mark Andrews has 4 catches for 55 yards. They both have 4. The next closest is 2 from Duvernay, Brown, and Latavius Murray. Brown only 2 catches for 14 yards today on 3 targets, whereas Bateman has 5 targets. So, ouch.
Le'Veon Bell with a 7-yard rush. And then Daniel Jones for 15 yards to Dante Pettis. And Davis Mills with a 3-yard rush. Mixon for 4 yards.
Tyreek Hill with 13-yard, getting them into the red zone. We'll see if Kansas City can not turn it over in the red zone this time.
Hill has a couple of catches on this drive instead of, bouncing off his hands into defenders' hands. So that's nice.
No doubt. We'll see if they can screw that up here at the end.
Red zone's not been good to him today.
Not at all.
Daniel Jones throws an interception to the Rams.
Well, there's that. Wouldn't be his first.
Rams taking the Giants to school today. Packers Bears is closer than I thought, 17-7. The Bengals 20-0 over the Lions. The Colts killing the Texans 24-3. Rams over Giants 31-3. The Chiefs in Washington is like way closer than I thought it would be, 10-13 Washington. Vikings Panthers is tight, 12-10 Vikings. Dalvin Cook just had a 14-yard rush there. And then the Ravens
13-yard reception.
I expected the Ravens Chargers game to be closer, 27-6 Ravens there. A little bit surprising for me.
Here's one for you though. Tyreek Hill with a 2-yard touchdown reception. So, talk about threading a needle. Patrick Mahomes zoomed one to him in the back of the end zone. Just
very nice, very nice. Latavius Murray 3-yard rush. Dalvin Cook 2-yard rush. 13 yards to Brandon Cooks and Chris Evans with a 5-yard rush. Yeah, it's nice to see Hill get in the end zone finally.
Patrick Mahomes finally.
Patrick Mahomes throwing a touchdown instead of an interception in the red zone finally.
Jeez. It's been a rough day. Chris Evans getting more work there for the Bengals.
Yeah. Give him Mixon a little bit of a break.
Hey, there's Hollywood Brown with a 20-yard reception.
There
I think
you
that's
go.
what a lot of people have been missing today. And then Jamar Chase with a 53-yard catch there.
That's
so
right. He can go next. Yeah.
He's the man.
Jamar's had a couple of long ones today.
White stripes be damned, am I right?
Yeah. Mark Ingram with a 1-yard rush.
Also, I'm eating on some Cracker Jacks that are a few months old, and they're a few months old.
A little bit stale.
They are sticky, just a little sticky. Sticking in my teeth like crazy.
Cracker Jacks are delicious, though.
Only one box. One box is fine. The other box, not great.
Cracker Jacks are delicious, though.
I'm gonna have to stop them though because they're just sticking to my teeth. Is what it is.
Like you've eaten gummy worms on stream before and had less issues with sticking to your teeth than it sounds like you're having with the Cracker Jacks.
100%. It's really bad.
Darrell Henderson with a 3-yard rush. And Jordan Akins with an 8-yard reception. Akins pretty involved today, it seems like.
Cool guys.
They're really riding Darrell Henderson there for the Rams.
They really are. Let's confuse things a little bit more. Latavius Murray just limped off the field, so.
Oh, man.
We'll see how that goes. It probably doesn't sound – if he limped off himself, it's probably not that serious.
No, but you might not see much more of him the rest of the day still.
Luckily, he scored some pretty good points before getting injured. Wasn't like a first quarter thing for you.
6-yard pass to Deshaun Jackson from Matt Stafford. Haven't seen him today pop up yet.
No, he's rare. Hey, if you're playing that Panthers defensive special teams, you just blocked a punt for a touchdown. So
yeah, that's really good if you got that defense in today. Aaron Rodgers 14 yards to Amari Rodgers. But yeah, dude, a blocked punt for a touchdown by the Panthers defense.
I'm guessing I'm probably playing against the Panthers defense. Usually a defense that has a good thing like that going, I'm probably playing against them. So
yeah, I wasn't able to pick them up anywhere. They've been playing too well. They're owned everywhere. I'm actually starting the Colts defense in a lot of leagues this week because they were available with a pretty good matchup, and they're paying off for me so far.
Yep. I thought I saw where Amon St. Brown maybe just had another catch, but
A.J. Dillon has a 1-yard rush. Mark Ingram with a 2-yard rush.
Third quarter wrapping up on a few games here. So,
yeah, I just saw a catch in that Rams game. I can't remember who it was now. It went really quick because it was right at the end of the quarter. So it flashed the play and then said end of the quarter. Lamar Jackson, 13 yards to Mark Andrews. I want to say it was maybe Van Jefferson or Deshaun Jackson again, something like that. Joe Mixon with an 18-yard rush, 1st and goal on the 4 for the Bengals.
Be nice to see Joe Mixon get another score in there.
Oh, that'd be sweet, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's actually not true. I'm playing against him and Mark Andrews in our family league. I was projected to win that, and now with Mahomes getting a touchdown, Joe Mixon doing well, and Mark Andrews doing well, I am now projected to lose. So, and Tyreek Hill. So he's just getting all kinds of point production all of a sudden.
No doubt.
And my DJ Moore is failing me. Justin Jefferson not doing well today. He has 3.3 points. DJ Moore with 2.9 points. Even Dalvin Cook only has 7.1 points. Austin Eckler with 5.3. Have an amazing team in there, and they are just tanking.
So we had a 4-yard loss to Antonio Gibson, a throw, and then Heineke for 9 yards to McKissick. Joe Burrow sacked. Aaron Rodgers sacked.
Come on, offensive lines.
No doubt, man.
Oh.
Keep your quarterbacks upright.
So, am I not?
I took another look at the leaders for the day while you were eating, and there's a couple of names popped at the top now of some of the leaderboards.
Some that should be up there finally?
Yeah, so like at running back, you've got Mixon, Henderson, Jones, Taylor, and then Khalil Herbert's number 5. So you're finally starting to see some of these studs that you drafted pop up towards the top. But, after Taylor, it's Herbert, Darrell Williams, McKissick, Latavius Murray, Chris Evans, Hubbard, Booker, Mark Ingram, Dalvin Cook all the way at 13, Le'Veon Bell, then Eckler, Devontae Freeman, then Gibson, Dillon, Michelle, Hines, then Swift. There's still some just really weird. It just looks strange that half of your top, 20 are backups.
Let me interrupt you here really quick. We have a Joe Burrow short left to CJ Uzomah for 2 yards and a touchdown. So, well, I know a lot of people hopped out there on Uzomah when he had that one good game. So,
yeah, Henderson had a 1-yard rush too right there. But yeah, man, if you started Uzomah as like a Kittle replacement or something, that's paying off for you. Kirk Cousins 9 yards to Dalvin Cook. Now your receiver leader list is looking a little more normal.
Okay.
Than your running backs. You got Kupp at the top, followed by Hill, Cooks, Jamar Chase, Thielen, Paris Campbell at 6, Woods, T.Y. Hilton at 8 out of nowhere, Allen Lazard, Sterling Shepard, then Devontae Adams, Higgins, Hardman. Bateman's at 14 with 6.9 points, followed by McLaurin, Nico Collins. Kadarius Toney still at 17, even though he's out for the day.
Oh my gosh, dude! Let me interrupt you really quick. Devontae Freeman with a touchdown. The third running back there for a touchdown today.
Third different running back. Darrell Henderson with a 6-yard rush too, real quick. C.J. Ham with a 30-yard rush for the Vikes. Yeah, that is the third running back for the Ravens today to have a touchdown. Like, what?
So I have multiple things going on in my head right now about that game. First of all, yeah, third running back to have a touchdown today, so that's annoying. As
Henderson with a 5-yard rush, real quick. Darrell Williams with an 11-yard rush.
Conklin with a 24-yard reception.
Yep.
But what's really frustrating, or what's really got me questioning, is how are the Chargers losing 34-6?
No, dude, I know. It's weird. Khalil Herbert with a 6-yard rush there. It's also Tyreek Hill with a 9-yard reception.
Yeah, he's getting into the game.
Yeah, dude, I really thought that Ravens-Chargers game would be close.
Wow. Yeah.
And they're taking them to school.
Dalvin Cook with a 15-yard rush. He's getting some chunk yardage all of a sudden. That Tyreek Hill, just to mention, he's getting into it the second half a lot. So
yeah, they're trying to get him right, I think. I feel like they're really, really trying to get him right. But Khalil Herbert with a 1-yard rush. But yeah, there's just
man.
Oh, roll that beautiful beam footage.
Oh, boy.
That's Stafford with a 13-yard touchdown pass to Cooper Kupp. That's Kupp's second of the day.
Is that 4 touchdown passes for Stafford today?
Yes. 2 to Kupp, 1 to Woods, 1 to Henderson.
That's wild. Cooper Kupp, man.
Heck of a day for Matt Stafford, yes. And Cooper Kupp with 2. Kelsey just caught a 3-yard pass.
Yeah, got a first down.
Dalvin Cook, after his 15-yard rush, that puts them first and goal on the 1 after that rush. So
Dalvin Cook looking
like he might grab one here in a minute. Patrick Mahomes with a 4-yard rush. Justin Fields, 20 yards to Allen Robinson. That's his second 20-yard pass of the game. Justin Herbert, 5 yards to Jared Cook. We're keeping an eye on this Vikings game for sure. 9 yards to Amon-Ra St. Brown from Jared Goff. Justin Fields, 21 yards to Cole Kmet.
Just so you know, we're playing against Cooper Kupp and Mark Andrews and Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow over in Truth Serum. Just so all these people that are starting to rack up some points, they're all against us.
Awesome. Yeah. Justin Herbert, 10 yards to Keenan Allen. Jared Goff, 5 yards to Hawkinson. Khalil Herbert with a 2-yard rush. Jonathan Taylor with a 3-yard rush.
Still eyeballing that Dalvin Cook.
Still watching that Vikings. Yeah. Still
That's
waiting to see who gets that touchdown. It better be Cook or I'll riot. Pardon me.
I don't see that not being the case, but what do I know?
DeAndre Swift with a 9-yard rush. I feel like we haven't called his name much today.
We haven't.
Swift. I mean, Jamal Williams either. They're just not running the ball. They're so far behind. It's been Hawkinson all day for them right there.
Yep. Something just glitched, so let me double check what just happened. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay, as expected, Dalvin Cook with the touchdown. It looks like
It was challenged and overturned. They thought
So
it was
he
a
actually
15-yard
scored.
rush for Cook.
Yeah.
Challenged, overturned. It was a 16-yard touchdown for Dalvin Cook.
So there you go.
Keenan Allen with a 21-yard reception, and then Fields with a 14-yard rush. Yeah. So, 16-yard touchdown rush for Dalvin Cook. So, Cook owners rejoice. Thank God.
Yeah, DeAndre Swift has done nothing.
Got to calm the mascot down.
11 carries for 25 yards and 1 reception for 3 yards, so he's been pretty insignificant. I know some people had some high hopes for Amon St. Brown as well. Also insignificant. 2 receptions for 12 yards. There's nothing going on there. So, luckily we had no other options in that league, so it couldn't have been like, should have played this player instead. Don't even have that option. So, it's a rough week win. Also, in one game I was coming back on.
Khalil Herbert had a 16-yard rush, by the way. The mascot's over here being loud because the neighbor dog is barking. So I apologize.
I was starting to kind of come back on Brandon there. He was getting to where it was within like 5 points projection, and then Jonathan Taylor's little skedaddle and score earlier really screwed me over. So,
Vikings missed the 2-point conversion pass to Justin Jefferson, so they're only up by a point now. 7 yards to Amon-Ra St. Brown, 8 yards to Allen Robinson. I feel like they're trying extra hard to get Allen Robinson involved this week, which is nice if you've actually held on to him.
Oh, okay. Big announcement here, guys. A.J. Brown has been added to the injury report for tomorrow night's game versus Buffalo. He's now questionable with an illness.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, what? A.J. Brown just can't win. It just can't win. If you can sub him in this late slate, I would go for it. I think at this point, that's tough.
If you have someone you can sub him with, because I do not.
Justin Fields, 10 yards to Cole Kmet. Kmet's getting some work today. Yeah, dude, if you have somebody that you can switch him with, I would go for it. If you don't, you just got to hope for the best, honestly. That's tough. 11 yards from Mahomes to Kelsey. First and goal on the Washington 7. Khalil Herbert with a 3-yard rush. First and goal on the 5 for them. So we got a couple of teams in scoring position here.
Guess I'm looking at in Roll Tide maybe picking up Henry Ruggs instead of Jamison Crowder and subbing him in for A.J. Brown.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, that's not a terrible sub. 6-yard reception for Brandon Cooks.
I don't really want to jump Jamison Crowder, but
sometimes you got to make hard decisions, huh?
I'll never start him probably. So,
nah.
Wow, that's
15 yards to DJ Moore. He's alive. Davis Mills 3 yards to Mark Ingram. Mark Ingram's having the best game he's had in forever because I'm playing against him. He's only got 7.8 points, but still, like, it's twice as much as he had in any other game. Darnell Mooney for a 5-yard reception. Just as I was saying that, I noticed that there was a 5-yard reception for a touchdown.
And you also got a run there by, is that Darrell Williams?
Darrell Williams up the middle for a 3-yard touchdown.
For Kansas City there. So, all right. So 2 back-to-back touchdowns there. Yeah,
Justin Herbert, 15 yards to Jalen Guyton. But, yeah, a couple of quick touchdowns there.
I am in a mad dash to try to get AJ Brown out of my Monday night slot there. That's horrible news for a Monday night game, but at least it came out before
tomorrow.
Well, before the second slate of games got started. Wow.
Austin Seibert made a 35-yard field goal, so the Lions are on the board now, but still losing 27-3. Kirk Cousins, 35-yard pass to Adam Thielen. Now they're first and goal on the 4. So we might get another Dalvin Cook quick touchdown here, which would be incredible. Increíble.
Okay.
Dalvin Cook, loss of a yard. Maybe not.
Scratch that.
Yeah, scratch that. I jinxed it. I apologize. Throw it to him. Throw it to Cook. Let's go.
Hey, anything works, right?
You know, Justin Jefferson and Thielen owners are all begging for it too, though.
So, man, my work league, I don't have. There's no way for me to sub out AJ Brown. There's just no way. I just have to roll with it.
You don't have anybody to drop.
That's the one earlier. I had to drop Tannehill just to pick up freaking the Browns backup guy for today. Like, I have no one else I could drop to pick up in there.
Mark Ingram with a 1-yard rush. Yeah, that's Darrell Henderson with a 2-yard rush. Everybody look out. Yeah, that's tough, man.
Yeah. Luckily, that Mooney touchdown really helped me. But I have Pitts, Michael Carter, Marquez Callaway, my San Francisco defense, all on bye week. I have George Kittle out, Tyson Williams out, Devontae Parker out. So my entire bench is either out or on bye, 100%. There's not a single player on my bench that wasn't out or on bye.
See, we got David Johnson with a 14-yard reception.
Ooh, this is
5 yards to Donald Parham from Herbert. And then Kirk Cousins with a 5-yard touchdown to Adam Thielen. So all you Thielen owners that he's had a couple down weeks, there we are. We're back.
I bought low on him. I bought really low on him. I think I traded Latavius Murray for him, though.
It's not bad. That's a really good trade, actually. 7-yard reception for Nico Collins. Dude, yeah, if you trade Latavius Murray for Thielen, you did great.
I'm pretty sure that's what the deal was. That was in our Dynasty Redux. Because my starting running backs are Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, and Najee Harris. So Latavius Murray was just sitting my bench.
Yeah, that's a good move. Good move.
Yeah, I pulled off 2 trades this week that really helped me at wide receiver. And that was
Untamed Music over here in the chat says, thanks for jinxing it. I'm playing him. As in you have him on your team, or you're playing against him and you legit are thankful for me jinxing it.
Jinxing, I'm guessing he's probably saying, like,
the Rams threw an interception to the Giants.
He's probably playing against it. So that would be my guess there.
Could go either way, honestly. It almost sounds like he had him in his lineup. Chris Evans with a 4-yard rush. Aaron Jones rushed for no gain. McKissick with an 11-yard rush.
Usually jinxing is not a positive thing.
Well, I couldn't tell if it was sarcastic or not. Like,
he lost Tony, too.
Yeah, that Tony loss was tough. J.D. McKissick with an 11-yard rush. Yeah, 13-yard reception for Alan Lazard. Yeah, that Tony loss was tough. I had him started in my work league today. That was a blow for sure. David Johnson with a 6-yard rush and fumble and recovered by the Colts.
Good job. Good job.
That's David Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. Travion Williams with a 2-yard rush for the Bengals.
You think Tony is the next Odell, huh?
I mean, maybe. A little early to tell for that, but maybe.
Odell was an interesting case, right? Like good wide receiver, but really that one catch put him on the map, which is
real
really
quick. Jonathan Taylor with a 13-yard rush there.
That's a big chunk. Chuba Hubbard with a 6-yard. Odell's whole career is kind of based off of one catch. I mean, he was decent otherwise, but yeah, I think Tony's explosive. I think Tony's got a good career ahead of him. I wish he had a better quarterback, but
that's true. But I mean, he proved he can get him the ball because he did against Dallas. I mean,
yep.
So you just gotta get Tony healthy now. Taylor with a 1-yard rush there.
Looks like the Giants just got an interception. So
yeah, I called that out a second ago.
The opposite way there. Cool. Missed that. That's probably while I was scrambling to get some players.
DJ Moore with a 14-yard reception. Finally got another reception.
That's been rough, man.
He's had a tough day, man. Elijah Penny with a 5-yard rush. Wow.
Hmm.
41-yard pass to Devontae Adams. You'd love to see that. 12 yards to De'Ami Brown. I don't think anybody's starting De'Ami Brown yet. He really hadn't done anything.
No, I don't think he's being started by anyone.
But he's had a couple catches today, so. Of course, I think it's probably mostly because Curtis Samuel's out, so. That's why he's getting some playing time today.
Yeah, once Samuel's back, Brown has pretty much zero value, I think. All right, let's see. Everything just at a standstill for a second, guys. Sorry.
Untamed says, I'm worried about DK today. I hope Geno looks his way like he did last week. I think he will. Yeah. I really think he's going to lean super heavy on DK because he doesn't have that rapport with Lockett where, we talked about it on some of our earlier shows this week with Tony from Quick Hits. Lockett's very much a timing receiver, and him and Geno just don't have that timing worked out like him and Russell do. So, I don't think you're going to see a lot of Lockett at all. So I think he's going to lean super, super heavy on DK.
Yeah. Also, just to kind of interject here, Devontae Adams with a 41-yard reception, so that's a big one there.
Already called that one.
Oh, you did? I missed it completely. How did I thought I called it while you were talking. That's crazy. I'm stupid. But no, I agree 100%. I think that Geno being in hurts Lockett. It doesn't really hurt DK. If anything, I think it may even help DK a little bit. So, am I crazy right now?
Daniel Jones, 10 yards to Colin Johnson. Aaron Rodgers, 8 yards to Mercedes Lewis. Lamar Jackson, 6 yards to Miles Boykin. Aaron Jones with a 7-yard rush. That puts them first and goal on the 6. The Bengals are first and goal on the 7. So a couple of scoring opportunities coming up here pretty quick for a couple of teams.
Red zone.
Oh, there you go.
Don't even know how to.
Brandon Allen to Auden Tate for a 7-yard touchdown. Helps nobody. Nobody's starting either one of those guys.
No, so, that was a fantasy irrelevant play.
Lamar Jackson with a 9-yard rush. That's more fantasy relevant than that touchdown was.
100%.
Like, you talk about disappointing. For Bengals skill player owners, like that was the most disappointing score of the season so far, I think.
Nothing.
You can't even get a Burrow throw. Like it's Brandon Allen to Auden Tate.
True.
Oh. Aaron Rodgers right in for a 6-yard touchdown.
Rush there, a little scramble.
Yeah, boy.
He's actually got some pretty good wheels on him.
Darrell Williams with a 3-yard rush. Le'Veon Bell with a 3-yard rush. Yeah, man. We got our touchdowns. Rodgers and a couple of worthless bunkles.
Yeah, starting Rodgers in a couple of leagues.
Yeah. We got him in Vegas League, and then I got him in Roll Tide.
I've got him in Redux. Playing him over Jalen Hurts, I was kind of nervous because, Hurts putting up some good points this year.
Yeah.
As expected.
Darrell Williams with a 2-yard rush, and Marquise Brown with a 1-yard catch.
Let's see.
Yeah, Hurts has been putting up some points, man. I don't think anybody really expecting to put up, what he put up, like 26 points or something against Tampa Bay. It's not bad.
Yeah. I mean, because he has those rushing yards and rushing touchdowns. I mean,
yeah,
just kind of what we expected. Hurts has himself. Hurts has himself in fantasy for sure, 100%. Yeah, he's helping himself.
Yeah, definitely.
He's like, I started me. Let's get it.
Patrick Mahomes with a 10-yard rush.
A little scramble there. T.Y. Hilton with a 10-yard reception. He's doing really good today. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, it is.
T.J. Hawkinson getting a 10-yard reception. He's also racking them up today.
They're feeding him the rock today, Hawkinson for sure.
He's the only person doing anything on that offense today.
5-yard catch for Mecole Hardman. Yeah, they're definitely force feeding T.J. Hawkinson today. They're trying really, really hard to get him right.
Yeah, that's
which if you're a Hawkinson fan, you love to see. I tried to buy low on him in some leagues. People weren't selling.
It's hard to buy low on these players. People have so much draft capital in.
Yeah.
When people draft someone high, they're not willing to sell them for low. That's for sure. It costs them too much. Because even when they're getting somebody who is going off like a Mike Williams or something, they're not. You have a hard time someone selling a T.J. Hawkinson for a Mike Williams just because of where they were drafted at.
Yeah. 4-yard pass to Austin Eckler. They need to get him. They need to at least get him some garbage time stuff here. I know they're getting whooped, but
yeah, he's been wildly insignificant today. Same as DJ Moore, Justin Jefferson. There's Jefferson speaking of
just had a 17-yard catch. Yeah,
it's still pretty insignificant today. I mean, there's been a lot.
Raymond's having a day. He just has a 7-yard catch. Goff is looking his way quite a bit today. Mahomes 21 yards to Byron Pringle. Yeah, Khalif Raymond's been doing pretty well for the Lions today. Naeem Hines with a 7-yard rush. I really wish my neighbors would shut their dog up so mine would quit losing her cool. They're just letting their dog just sit in the backyard and just bark at nothing.
Bork, bork. Man, Detroit is really bad this year. They're just really bad. They look like our Las Vegas League team. Just really bad.
DeAndre Swift with an 8-yard pass.
Over here in the chat, for example,
Jonathan Taylor with a 10-yard rush.
Yeah,
McKinnon with a 5-yard rush.
Here's a good example. Picked up A.J. Brown in the second round of a 14-man, well, as you should. I wouldn't trade him for Mike Williams, Leonard Fournette, or Cordero Patterson. Right, because you just expect that to pay off and not go to these guys that were drafted in the 14th or later round. Yeah. Or maybe even undrafted, picked up afterwards.
Keenan Allen with a 5-yard reception right there, too.
Yeah, that's a great example.
A 14-yard reception for DeAndre Swift. So they're finally going to start giving Swift the ball now that there's 3 minutes left and they're down by 31 points. Awesome.
Right.
14 yards for Sterling Shepard.
I tell you what.
Shepard's been quiet today, I feel like. I don't know what
I hate that. It's crazy. Tyreek Hill is so fast that he can just toy with people.
Yeah, he's so quick. It's not even fair.
Oh,
Dude, the dude is a cheat code.
Elijah Penny up the middle for 4 yards, touchdown for the
Man,
Giants.
if you started Devontae Booker today, you're pissed.
Yep, because that's been worthless.
I was wrong about Shepard, by the way. He's had 6 receptions for 54 yards on 10 targets, so he's not been that quiet. I just don't remember anything spectacular, I guess. But Dante Pettis has had 4 on 10 targets also. Like,
Kyle, I think we missed a touchdown. Am I wrong?
Yeah, we did.
I'm playing against him, so I'm not excited to report on it.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor for an 11-yard touchdown. We missed it. It happened like almost immediately before the Elijah Penny one did, so it skipped real fast. It went real fast. Jonathan Taylor with his second. Yeah, Jonathan Taylor with his second touchdown of the day for 11 yards, and then Elijah Penny screwing over Devontae Booker. Starters. Justin Fields with a 16-yard rush.
Justin Jefferson gets a 26-yard reception. Austin Eckler gets a 10-yard reception. Then Dalvin Cook rolls off a 25-yard rush.
Man, you talk about some weird stuff.
Oh, and then Dalvin Cook fumbles it, but Adam Thielen recovered it 25 yards down.
Thank goodness.
Lucky there.
Kyle Rudolph caught the 2-point conversion attempt for the Giants. So they're going to come back down from a 38 to 11 doing 2-point conversions.
Ew.
4 yards to Tyreek Hill. Cook with a 4-yard rush. Justin Herbert with a 6-yard pass to Gabe Neighbors. Who's that? So, yeah, man. Jonathan Taylor owners are happy today.
Single-handedly beating me in Roll Tide right now, just FYI.
Do what?
Single-handedly beating me in Roll Tide right now.
That is unfortunate. 19-yard pass for Tyreek Hill.
Hey.
And then a 6-yard pass to Tyreek Hill.
And here's one. Hey, garbage time is better than nothing.
Yeah, Swift with a 1-yard touchdown.
Yeah, I mean.
Hey, if you're a Swift owner, you'd love to see that, though.
Better late than never.
I love to see it. I own Swift in a few leagues.
Yeah, that's big time. And Tyreek Hill just racking up points. I'm playing against him in a PPR league, so I am not excited to see this. I'm playing against all the big scorers today. Tyreek Hill, Jonathan Taylor. I'm playing against all these guys, and not good. Cooper Kupp playing against Cooper Kupp only.
Amon-Ra St. Brown caught the 2-point conversion pass after the Swift touchdown.
Well, there you go.
So they're also going to come back down from 34-11 with 2-point conversions, just like the Giants are trying to do against the Rams. So,
not saying it's a comeback.
Phillip Lindsay with a 35-yard rush.
Don't call it a comeback.
Sony Michel had a 4-yard rush. Jerick McKinnon with 2-yard rush. Man, just a bunch of no-names out here today.
I tell you what, though, Kansas City looks much better this second half, man.
7-yard reception for Khalil Herbert, and then Mark Ingram with a 2-yard rush. Yeah, they're playing a whole lot better now than they started that game for sure.
Oh, absolutely. They look so much better. Mecole Hardman's going to have that's DeMarcus Robinson. Huh. Is it? Oh,
yeah, 12 yards to DeMarcus Robinson.
Davis Mills intended for Rex Burkhead. There's a name you don't hear much anymore.
Man, is he still playing?
Yeah, that's wild. And for the Texans, so he's like 4th on their depth chart. That tells you anything.
Man, Sony Michel with a 5-yard rush.
Trying to figure out why my phone charger's not charging.
Hey, Le'Veon Bell with a 2-yard rush. Woo!
He's probably the starter from here on out too.
Probably.
At least for the first play.
Yeah, one play and then they'll rotate.
Latavius Murray just went from first down back to third down back. Is that how that
Le'Veon
works?
Bell is like that whole backfield is just frustrating.
Yeah, I'm taking a giant no on that backfield. Over it.
12 yards to Jordan Akins from Davis Mills. Travion Williams with a 6-yard rush for the Bengals.
Yeah, I think that's their third string, which should technically probably be their fourth string.
I guess they just decided to put in all the backups since they got such a lead. It's 2-minute warning now.
Well, that last touchdown was who to Auden Tate? I don't even remember.
Brandon Allen to Auden Tate. Yeah, that means their receivers aren't in. They took Burrow out. Everybody's just.
Which is smart. You should do that. I mean.
Yeah, I mean they were up 34-3 at the time. So it's
That's one of those that's why I was saying earlier when you had left, I was going through the scores and I was like, there's a lot of tight games. There was only one blowout game at the time, and that was the Rams Giants. And that plays well for fantasy football. You get these blowout games like that, and it ruins your fantasy football production because they start pulling players or they start running the ball more than they're throwing the ball and stuff like that. It just
totally.
Or it screws over your running back if you're on the team that's behind by a lot, like Devontae Booker there for the Giants.
The Colts just got an interception.
The only running back that plays well typically would be Austin Eckler with the Chargers, but they're not using him at all either.
No, he's having a rough day.
After a huge week last week, so.
Hot take, Jacoby Myers is a better QB than Matt Jones. Okay.
That's really funny.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, Austin Eckler has 6 carries for 7 yards today.
Jeez.
He has 4 receptions for 48 yards. That's just not good production for him.
That's a bad day for him.
I mean, Kelly has 4 rushes for 7 yards, so really no one doing anything there.
And honestly, now, you're seeing in this Colts-Texans game, they got Marlon Mack in running now. Jonathan Taylor's done for the day, I bet.
Yeah. Yep.
You won't see any more Darrell Henderson in the Rams game. It's going to be all Sony Michel.
Yep.
Very, very crazy.
Lose over some of your players.
Several blowouts here, which is interesting.
It's funny. Eckler.
Packers is actually closer than I thought it would be.
Honestly, Untamed Music, it sounds like, or it looks like the whole Chargers team emptied the clip last week. And ammo is hard to get right now. So, yeah, they couldn't refill throughout the week. That whole team is just,
can't get. Yeah, Mike Williams ain't doing nothing today. Keenan Allen, nobody.
Yeah, that's rough.
Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Ooh, okay. Let's see. Yeah, things are kind of dying down right now. Even things that are happening, they're not really fantasy relevant people.
There's a lot of timeouts and 2-minute warnings, a punt, kickoff. There's just nothing going on right now. Marlon Mack rushing for no gain. They're trying to show him off so they can trade him probably, and he's no gain.
Against the Texans.
Also, now my Instagram is blowing up over here on my phone. Ooh, Mack with a 1-yard rush, and then Sony Michel with a 3-yard rush. Yeah, it's a bunch of guys that nobody's starting. Darnold 4 yards to Shea Smith. I don't even know who that is.
Shea Smith?
Tyler Huntley rush for a loss of a yard. Is that their backup? Is that the Ravens' backup QB? Is Tyler Huntley?
Probably. Yeah.
Never heard of him. Travion Williams with a 4-yard rush. All these teams that are blowing them out, they're all rushing their third-string running backs right now. Good grief, dude. Why is my Insta going off right now? Like, what is
Yeah, a
going
lot
on?
of messaging going on.
Is that what's going on? I'm like, there's a lot of people just blowing it up right now.
Yep. Yeah, so Robinson for Kansas City with a big reception. So Patrick Mahomes having a much better second half. Get DeMarcus Robinson a touchdown pass here for 24 yards.
There it goes. All of a sudden, I was having trouble with my thing updating.
No, you weren't.
I was like, will it pop up?
It updated while I said it. I'm just watching the game live, so that's how I knew. Boy, he was wide open. He was wide freaking open. It wasn't even close. So.
Daniel Jones, 11 yards to Devontae Booker.
Yeah, that's really.
And an incomplete pass to DJ Moore. Like, good grief.
That's been a rough. It's interesting. There's been a lot of teams just really struggling today. It seems like.
Marlon Mack, 8-yard rush. 12 yards to Sterling Shepard. Trayvon Williams with a 2-yard rush. There's just nothing going on. All these games are over. Are there any within striking distance here? Not really. The closest one is Packers-Bears, but it's still 10 points apart at the 2-minute warning. So
isn't that interesting? When we were at halftime, I literally reported there was one game that wasn't tight. The rest of them were all like 10 points or less. And
hey, 11 yards to Evan Ingram.
Pulled away, man. Do what?
I said 11 yards to Evan Ingram, if anybody started him, which I did in Dynasty because I lost Kittle. But there's still 8.5 minutes left in that Vikings-Panthers game, which is kind of surprising, 11 points apart. So they're within striking distance with that much time left.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I don't know why that game is so far behind. Dalvin Cook with a 3-yard rush, though. But all these other ones are blowouts under the 2-minute warning, and then Vikings-Panthers has 8.5 left. It's like, what are y'all even doing over there? They took double halftime.
No joke.
Excuse me. Still getting a little bit of stuff in the throat from time to time, but we're almost over the cough.
I actually got a sore throat yesterday and woke up today with it not feeling good, but I drank a lot of coffee to get warmth on the throat, and I've been doing better, sucking on a lot of
earlier this week when it was worse and we were streaming and recording a lot, like I had to get the coffee out too, because it was just like I wasn't making it through those streams if I didn't.
Yeah. That's how I've had coffee all day. I made a lot of coffee this morning. I've just been drinking it all day long, trying to keep my throat good. Thought I was getting sick. We went on vacation this weekend, and I don't know what hit me. Woke up yesterday morning, and oh my god,
could have hit some sort of allergies out there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this interception. So Kansas City gets an interception here, and it's incredible. This defensive lineman is being blocked, puts one hand up to knock down the ball, and when he swipes at it, he hits the ball and he comes down and he traps it against the offensive lineman's like back shoulder, and he's able to then like reach up and like grab it and pull it down. So he ends up intercepting it. That's hilarious. That was very strong hands. Very strong hands.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Heineke 7 yards to J.D. McKissick. McKissick's been busy today.
Yeah, that's who he was trying to throw it to here, to dump it off to McKissick again, and that's when it got picked off by that lineman. That was just an incredible play.
Which I think, who was it? Was it Ben that was calling for McKissick to have a big day today? Somebody was.
Yeah, I think Ben
on the
that.
pregame. A.J. Dillon with a 9-yard rush and then a 3-yard rush.
He just got lucky that Gibson got hurt. That's all.
So A.J. Dillon out here trying to kill clock for the Packers with a 10-point lead.
Sterling Shepard with a 7-yard reception. So with Tony being out, that's giving him a boost.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. A lot of people playing Kadarius Toney today, expecting big things, including myself.
Yep.
Darrell Williams with a 1-yard rush. Excuse me. Holy cow.
Greg Joseph missed a 50-yard field goal wide right, giving the ball back to the Panthers. Wait, is that right? Where's Greg Joseph kicked for the Panthers?
Greg Joseph kicks for the Vikes.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Oh, they're
Vikings.
on the Carolina 32. I'm stupid. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's correct. I read that wrong for some reason. But, yeah, so the Panthers get the ball back. There's 7 minutes left in that game, which is outrageous. It's only an 11-point game and could have been 14 points, but that missed field goal keeps them.
Aaron Rodgers taking knees now.
Hey, could you do it for a loss of 1 yard, not 2? Jeez, Aaron, how big of a knee do you need to take, bro?
He just takes the snap, sprints backwards 10 yards, and then crawls in the fetal position. It's like, bro,
I will fly to Chicago right now. Just smack you.
You get calmed down with them knees, buddy. You get negative rushing yards on the day. There he goes for loss of 1 on that one.
There we go. That's a regular knee. Calm down, bro.
2 yards to Sterling Shepard.
Shepard getting some garbage time PPR points here.
Yep.
I think next week I'm going to try to hang like my Baker Mayfield jersey here, get a little something on the background.
There you go.
Because I'm sitting here lounging on the couch and then
we need to get you like a big old fat head or something to put back here.
A fat head of myself. Just have my head really big behind my head.
we need to get 2, like one of your head to put on one side and like a Cowboys helmet to put on the other or something.
There you go.
I'm gonna get a fat head of the network logo to put behind you.
So Bubba asks, I have Josh Allen as my QB and I have Amari Cooper too. Should I start Dawson Knox or Dalton Schultz?
I would go with Schultz. Honestly, as much as that stack is tempting, Tennessee is pretty tough against tight ends. So I would ride that Dalton Schultz train.
Yeah, I have a feeling today is going to be. I think Moss is going to do decent today, but I also feel like they're going to get Diggs the ball. Emmanuel Sanders is going to get the ball a lot today. I think I'm also going Dalton Schultz there. So.
Darnold with a 4-yard pass to Chuba Hubbard and a 1-yard pass to Sterling Shepard.
Here's another question here, Kyle. Should I try to trade Hollywood Brown for Keenan Allen? I don't know.
Man, that's tough.
Early in the season, I would have said yes, but now
the way they're playing right now, like
Hollywood Brown has a huge part in that offense, and Keenan Allen has a much smaller role in that offense.
Yeah, I think at this point, I'd probably ride Hollywood Brown.
I think so. I never thought I'd be saying that. Oh, man, that's weird.
Darrell Williams with a 3-yard rush. Darnold 21 yards to Brandon Zylstra. And then incomplete to DJ Moore. Like, come on, dude. Throw the ball to Moore, bro. But, yeah, like, you almost feel dirty saying it, but I'd rather have Brown this year, I think.
I think so.
That's just – I love me some Keenan Allen, but he just ain't doing nothing.
And I know that people are worried about Bateman and Hollywood Brown, but I think Bateman's taken more away from, like, Sammy Watkins.
Yeah.
Hollywood Brown did not have a good game today, but you can't be on all the time. All of these players are having down weeks, good weeks, and bad weeks. So, like DJ Moore, yes, he's not having a good week. This is kind of the second week in a row, actually. But can you name me any players that have really been on every week? I mean, look at Mike Williams. Mike Williams was on, and he's been off now. So, I mean, all of these players are having that issue.
If you have DJ Moore, do not panic. Yeah, he's had a couple of bad games, but it's mostly matchup related, game script related. Like, don't.
To learn more about that, join us tomorrow night after Monday Night Football for Panic Room. We'll be live tomorrow night after Panic Room with Tony from Fantasy Quick Hits, and we'll go into more depth about that too. So.
Yeah. Anyway, I wouldn't be trying to get rid of DJ Moore. Okay. Hang tight.
How was that for a plug? Is that a good plug?
It was.
And if you haven't liked this video or subscribed to our channel, please do that as well.
Especially if we answered your question.
Beep, beep, boop, boop. Yeah, whether you like the answer or not, please do so.
Please hit subscribe and like.
Please.
I mean, you don't have to hit like. You can hit dislike, I guess, if you have to, if you hated the answer. But at least subscribe.
Yeah, hey, a dislike is fine too. It would be interesting to know people's feedback on that. If you just hate the things we say, it'd be really nice. I meant to have
Jarrett Patterson with a 5-yard rush. Who is that?
Oh, you didn't start him this week?
No. Zane Gonzalez made up their 23-yard field goal.
I meant to have this going like the whole time.
What's that?
This ticker at the bottom.
Oh, yeah. Well, now that we're almost done, I mean.
So like and subscribe. Yeah, that's supposed to be there like the whole time.
God, Corey, you had one job.
Dude.
That's not true, actually.
But you'd think I'd be able to do it well, but I don't. Yeah, not much going on here. Well, I mean, I say that. The Panthers they just got a field goal. Zane Gonzalez got a 23-yard field goal, and now they're only down by 8 points with 4:41 left in that game somehow. Wow.
I call that
Austin Hooper. That Cardinals-Browns game is going, and that's a 17-yard reception by Austin Hooper. I am big time. Dallas is playing right now, but also that Browns.
Dallas is kicking off in like 10 or 15 minutes here.
That game, that Cardinals game, is in me and Kyle's hearts a little bit. Oh, they're playing 2 of the later games on TV, Kyle. So they switched it. But that's Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray playing against each other, and love that. Sooner fans, we love to see that. So love both of those guys. Also falling in love with Caleb Williams.
I hate when Dallas plays on CBS instead of Fox, though.
Yeah.
Because Fox's app is so much better.
Yeah.
The CBS app is trash. I try to log in, and it's just like, oh, nothing's on in your area. It's like, bro.
Yeah, you need to watch Yahoo app or
Guess
something.
I might have to get the old antenna out and plug it in to watch CBS.
Yeah. Old school, man. That's
what
I'm too, so. Yeah.
I just don't keep it out all the time because I don't watch regular. I just watch streaming stuff all the time. Cousins 40 yards to Conklin, boy.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's a big one.
So Kyler Murray's about to take the field. Boy, what a electric player. He's just so good. He is so good.
Kyler Murray.
He's just him and Myler Curry, you know.
Oh, shoot.
Never drafted number 1 in your heart.
Shout out to 7 o'clock.
Yeah, just you can catch him tonight on Sloppy Sundays after the Sunday night football. He'll be live tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go rant, rave, brag, get pissed off, whatever you want to talk about on
Cry, flip tables, whatever you got to do, man. You go do it.
Yeah, exactly. Go in there and talk about your Sunday with them. Sloppy Sundays. That is late tonight after the game. Let's see. Nick came back. Okay. Let's see. I've got Jamar Chase, Hollywood, and Amari Cooper. After a disappointing week so far, what receiver should I try to go for with Hollywood? Or is he worth keeping as my wide receiver 2 for Jamar? So you might be able to, after another down week, I don't know that you can get DJ Moore with him. It depends on what the rest of your roster looks like. You're saying like buy lows there?
I'd rather have DJ Moore if I can get him than Keenan Allen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any problem just hanging on to those 3.
Yeah, Hollywood's.
He's your receiver 3 behind Chase and Cooper, in my opinion. But
yeah, and Cooper's still your top wide receiver there in Dallas. I mean, that's Oh my. Ooh. Edmonds gonna have a day, huh? People called it. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. It depends on who's available in your league.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be going and trying to trade any of those guys, honestly.
Because it's also going to be fishy if you're going after like a DJ Moore. You're like, hey, I'll trade you Hollywood for DJ Moore. Someone's going to be like, oh, so DJ Moore's got some value there. Like,
people are very like suspicious traders.
They're suspicious, so they're going to be like, why would I do that then if you're after DJ Moore for a reason, It's easier to hide that sort of thing in like a group package, so don't know the rest of your roster or anything like that. It's hard.
I've always thought 1-for-1 trades were so freaking weird.
Well, I got 2 of them this week for like the first time ever, right? Because I also think they're weird, but
so weird.
I got some this week, like Latavius Murray for Adam Thielen, right? Like, the guy needed a running back, and I needed a wide receiver, and it just worked out. We both had excess of both.
Sometimes it works out, but I hate it when you're trying to get like a receiver and they want a receiver, and you're just like, well, what's the point of us
Hollywood Brown for DJ Moore straight up?
Just swapping receivers, like, what's the point of that?
Yep. Unless there's like a personal preference there, I could see that. Maybe.
Some people are just weird about trading though too.
Yeah.
Like they're just afraid. They're just afraid they're gonna get taken for a fool if they do more than a 1-for-1. You're like, okay.
Well, and it doesn't help if you're in a league where a trade goes down and everyone starts scrutinizing it publicly and texting about it or messaging about it. That's
true. That's very annoying.
Leagues like that are like
also leagues that have a leagues that have a veto vote are also very annoying.
Yeah,
because people don't vote based on fairness; they vote based on whether they want a certain team to get a player or not, and that's not what it's meant for. Nobody ever uses that correctly.
Though I do see trades sometimes go through, and I'm like, that should be vetoed. That's a trash trade. Like, so.
Oh, you mean like the one you got with Mary in the Family League earlier this year?
Yeah, exactly.
That should have been vetoed 100%, but I don't do that with my leagues.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk had a 15-yard reception there.
Yeah, and just FYI, the Panthers just got the ball punted back to them, so they're down by 8. There's just over 2 minutes left, which plays to their advantage.
Also, look, Sam Darnold with another incomplete pass to DJ Moore.
Yeah, they cannot connect today. It's really sad.
He's got like 90 targets, and I think he's only got 4 catches. So it's like he keeps throwing to him. He just can't get it to him.
It's really bad. Actually, I'm going to go look at his stats really quick, just out of pure curiosity. DJ Moore has had 11 targets. He's 4 for 11 for 48 yards.
4 of 11. See, that's a lot of targets. He just can't get him. He just can't complete them.
Exactly. Okay, let's see. Steven, what's up, man? He said, need high upside plays. Who should I play at QB between Tannehill, Geno, Big Ben, Bridgewater? Also, do I play Cowboys or Bills defense?
First of all, Cowboys D. Against New England versus Bills versus Tennessee.
Yep.
That's going to be the play there. As far as QB, that's tough. My first instinct says Tannehill, just based on, talent alone. But Big Ben's matchup is amazing. So it'd be between Tannehill and Big Ben for me, honestly. I think the matchup for Big Ben is better. So I might roll with Big Ben out of that group for the highest upside, just based on matchup.
Yeah, I'm not going Tannehill.
Tannehill's been very disappointing.
And Roethlisberger, I'm trying to think of how that plays. It's a decent matchup. I agree. But Seattle's going to struggle offensively, probably. That ended up being a Najee Harris show. I don't know. Let me come back to that one. Who else do I have? Geno. Ooh, yeah, I don't think I'm playing Geno Smith
Not
there.
starting Geno against Pittsburgh. That one's for
And
sure
then-
out.
And then the other one is Bridgewater.
He's
Bridgewater's
playing Las Vegas, so
it's not horrible, and it's at home.
like that's not awful, but I still think I'm leaning Big Ben. Seattle's defense is bad. You can throw on Seattle.
Needs high upside plays. I think you're going Big Ben because you're not depending on Big Ben here. You're counting on him dumping it off to Najee Harris. They've got playmakers, right? You've got Johnson, Claypool, and Harris who can create plays even off of short passes, right? So I could see some big plays going off from Claypool and Johnson maybe. So I think it's because of the playmakers around him more than Big Ben himself. So I mean we've seen big plays from that offense with Big Ben's weak arm. So
he's got the possibility of the highest ceiling against that defense.
I think you're right.
We need to hit that beautiful beam footage real quick for this Cardinals-Browns game.
Okay, I'm getting there. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I was deep in some other.
Kyler Murray with a 21-yard touchdown pass to Christian Kirk.
Yep.
So those of you who started Christian Kirk.
Yep.
So Steven, long story short, I'd go Big Ben, Cowboys D.
Yeah, there you go. That was a long answer for that. Sorry. Nick coming back said Hollywood and Jamal Williams for DJ Moore and Gainwell.
I don't hate it. I'm not a big Gainwell guy because they're just not running the ball in Philly. Jamal Williams has been doing pretty well. I don't think there's a big enough. Like, I like DJ Moore a lot, but I still feel like Jamal Williams for Gainwell is a little too much to put with Hollywood for Moore. The way Hollywood's been playing too.
Hollywood's just been playing so good. That connection is there this year the way I thought it was always going to be. But it's clicking this year finally. And I don't know how I feel about that. If Gainwell was worth more, because Gainwell is essentially.
It also depends on your running back depth, and if you're just trying to disguise the Hollywood for more.
That's also true.
With running backs, if you have just a ridiculous running back depth and you can afford to give up Williams because you don't need him, then yeah, absolutely, I would make that move.
That's a big part of it. Yeah, I don't know if we knew your running back situation. Williams is on his bench. Well, who's your other running backs? Just give us a little bit more here. Just because I don't want to give you bad advice.
Yeah, just because he's on your bench, if he's your third running back, that's still
correct.
But if he's your fourth or fifth guy, then yeah, I'd go for that.
Because that's very possible. I mean, you've got Chase, Hollywood, and Mari Cooper, so he could be your third running back, but on your bench. So Cowboys D. Why Cowboys D over the Bills? Do you want to start?
Yeah, I will. As soon as I said Darnold, 41-yard pass to Ian Thomas.
Oh yeah.
Excuse me. Basically, I mean, Cowboys D has just been playing really, really well. They're getting to the quarterback. They're getting turnovers. And I think Mac Jones is going to be more turnover prone than Ryan Tannehill is going to be. They have less playmakers to do well against that defense than Tennessee is going to have against the Bills. I just think there's a lot of reasons to – you're going to have a lot better matchups than Tennessee to play that Bills D against. And I think just this week in particular – with Dallas playing Mac Jones and the Patriots, I think you have more opportunity for points there.
Yeah, I agree. I just New England, I mean, again, I don't go off rankings or anything, but when you look at that matchup, just so you know, on Fantasy Pros, if you're looking at rankings and you go on there, and it shows your defensive rankings. I'll pull this back up so that I can make sure I get the absolute number correct. That Bills defense is ranked kind of high at Tennessee, but you show Dallas Cowboys at New England. It's a 9.9 with a flame beside it, like a absolutely play, right? Because that matchup ranking is fantastic. So
you're welcome, Stephen. I hope that was a sufficient enough answer
it's
for you.
better
Tried to
answer than
be
mine.
as concise as possible for you.
Yeah, I think Tennessee just has more weapons that makes them more dangerous, but also Cowboys defense with those turnovers that they're producing, I feel like, you're looking for those big plays to help get you a bonus there, a little boost. So I like that for sure. That's why I'm going to agree with you. Curious on Nick, did he ever come back with? He did not come back with his running backs. What's going on over here, man? Did Ruler pull the entire lineup? Wow. That is so stupid. Okay, well, some people are just stupid. Don't be the person in your league that's just stupid and dumps all your players and ruins the entire season for the league. Don't be that person. That is so dumb.
She is she's so frustrating. Anyways, she had that fire sale earlier in the week that was just awful, giving good players for cheap to teams that honestly it just sealed their fate as being at the top. And now she didn't even start
anybody. She pulled everybody. Okay, here you go. Let's see.
I'm looking at her roster. They're not.
You what, Kyle?
I'm looking at her roster. She's got a couple on IR. She got one on IR, one that's out. But she's got people on there.
Oh, does she? Didn't when I pulled it up. But...
She must have just said it.
Yeah, I think so. Anyways, so coming back over here to Steven.
Said, she put in all guys with like late game stuff real quick.
He says, it's just because Bills played a high-powered Chiefs defense and benched them, and they smashed. Brown and Julio both back, so it gives them pause for sure, so I'll go Cowboys. I am 100% with you because I benched the Bills last week, and it lost the game for me. I should have played them. I would have won had I played them, and I pulled them, switched them out at the last minute, and totally screwed myself. Because
to be fair, the Chiefs also played like crap in that game. It wasn't their normal high-octane self either. So
I mean, the Chiefs turned it over 3 or 4 times today. I mean, they're not.
They're struggling a little bit.
So, yeah, Tennessee hasn't been playing great, but they haven't been turning the ball over, I don't feel like. So, but New England, I could see the Cowboys rattling Jones a little bit, especially Diggs creating the turnovers he is. Yeah, it could be interesting.
So Robbie Anderson was 7-yard pass for a touchdown.
Oh, that does not come across on mine unless it glitched and went. Oh, there it comes. It just came across on mine.
So Robbie Anderson doesn't do nothing all week, and then he gets a touchdown today.
Ooh, and they got the 2-point conversion to Trimble to tie the game.
Wow.
28.
The overtime for Vikings Panthers, unless the Vikings just go crazy here in this last 40 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that could be interesting. Kareem Hunt with a 5-yard rush. They are down in the red zone. The Browns are. They're on the 15-yard line. Scramble from Baker Mayfield.
Man, that ruler is just ruining that league, honestly. I swear to God.
Yeah, it's trash.
And, like, our league manager's just gone. He never even came back, I don't think. He started, like, 87 leagues, and he doesn't actually do anything in any of them.
Yeah.
Frustrating. But the ruler's just an idiot, honestly.
Yeah, fire sale. And those trades on the fire sale were trash, too. That's what
They were trash. And there were the
like,
people taking advantage of them, and, like, it's just...
I was just like, this sucks.
People that just needed that one or two guys to put them over the top, and now, yeah, okay, that's right. Oh, the Cowboys have started. We can't get this Vikings-Panthers game to wrap, so we can call it a day here.
I mean, we can go ahead and call it a day. I mean, no, there is some fantasy relevant stuff that could happen in that game for sure.
11-yard pass to CeeDee Lamb. I'm trying to get it on my phone here, so I don't have to try to watch it on this NFL Network app over here. But
yeah,
I'm just this Vikings Panthers game is just dragging on and on and on.
It's already so far behind, and now it's going to go into overtime. It's going to last till halftime of the second round games. It honestly could.
It very well could.
It's wild.
Oh my God. And now Ruler won't shut up in the chat, so I just keep getting alerts popping up over everything.
Yeah.
It's like, just stop. Just boot them and replace them.
Already ruined the team, so.
I mean, that's one of the leagues we're leaving next year anyways, because holy
Yeah.
crap. Bench Darnold, he had under 5 points for over 3 quarters, it seemed, and he has 15 now. Yeah. Looked like a good benching for a while, didn't it?
Yeah,
that used to happen. You know who used to drive me the craziest in the world? That was Tim Tebow. Back when he was with the Broncos, he'd have no points, and then all of a sudden on the last 2 drives of the game, he'd end up with like 15 or 20. You're just like, bro, what? Like,
so true.
Used to be so frustrating. Playing against him especially was frustrating.
So this is interesting. 38 seconds left. The Vikings are on the 45-yard line. So,
yeah.
I mean, it could get interesting. They could get the field goal range here possibly. That's quite a few plays they can still run. So,
yeah, 38 seconds is a lot of time. I don't know what their timeout situation looks like.
Just not saying the exact same thing.
I'm not even sure this will tell me.
There's a 12-yard.
Minnesota has 2 timeouts. Carolina has 1. 12 yards to Osborne. So, they're
on the 43.
They're gonna make a run out of here.
Steven over here, yeah. They very well could. They very well could. Ooh.
Oh,
Kyle.
Man.
I have.
Did you grab Ruggs in that league earlier? Dude, I freaking love that. So Henry Ruggs just caught a 48-yard touchdown pass, folks. Oh, dude. Who you played over there? They're just going to be mad. Ava, come here.
He's not going to be that mad. It's Brandon. So he's not going to be that mad just because he had Jonathan Taylor go off against me earlier.
It's still funny, though.
But that's hilarious. I will take that for sure.
That's really funny.
Yeah, so just as to catch everyone up, they announced A.J. Brown as questionable tomorrow, so it freaked me out. So I decided not to risk it. I went and picked up Henry Ruggs. I dropped Jameson Crowder, picked up Henry Ruggs and plugged him in for AJ Brown, and he just got a 48-yard touchdown reception. He's already up to 13.7 points, and they are 3 minutes into the game. So 2 for 2 for 57 yards and a touchdown already, and I just went and picked him up at the last second. So that's hilarious. I'm still gonna get my butt whooped over there probably. I'm 1-4, so not doing great over there. I've had too many injuries and stuff.
Neighbor let the dog out to bark again.
But I'll take it. Sure.
That dog is struggling today. It's driving mine crazy. Just keeps letting them out. They just bark and bark and bark.
Bark and bark and bark.
I could imagine being someone who just let my dog sit outside and bark and like never went and checked on him or not. Like, kind of blows my mind a little bit.
Yeah.
Like all the neighbors want to listen to your dog bark while you're just ignoring them. Plus, it makes everybody's dogs bark. Sometimes you'll get like 5 houses where the dogs just all barking at each other. It's like, really?
Oh, show.
Everybody take your dogs back inside, reset, and try again.
So going to this Vikings game really quick, there is 6 seconds left. They spiked the ball to stop the clock. It's at 2nd and 10 with 6 seconds left on the Carolina 29. So, yeah, this is – I can't believe they
So
just –
that's what, a 47-yarder?
A 46-yarder. So, very doable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I missed that they went for it on 4th. I wasn't watching. Cowboys went for it on 4th down on their own 30 and didn't
We got
get
caught
it.
up talking about the Rugs. I saw them go for it, but I couldn't tell if they got it or not, and I got sidetracked. This is why I don't like to stream during Dallas games.
Right. Yeah, I missed. It's under review, so we'll see. That usually doesn't play well. If it was ruled that they didn't get it, it's hard to overturn stuff.
You know what? Get out the index card and measure. Let's go.
That's right. The folded index card.
That was the dumbest thing. I still don't understand that.
That was crazy. I love it.
Nobody understands that thing.
Everyone's like, wait, a folded index card? Okay. All stands.
No, he missed the field goal. Greg Joseph missed the field goal.
Greg
Still overtime.
Joseph.
Or it's going to be overtime. I mean, goodness gracious.
My gosh.
Wow, bro. Unbelievable.
Wow.
For real, wow.
All that work. That's wild, man. That is wild.
Bust their butt to get all the way down the field and then miss the field goal. It's
Also,
tough.
how crappy for this Cowboys D that we were just talking about that now they're put in this position right off the bat. Like, horrible position to be put in. Also, how does Damian Harris look like a all-pro against them? Come on now.
That's all right. It's a long game. They get one drive and like
That's crazy. Whoa. Sorry about that. Whoever we told them to start the defense, Dallas D. Yeah, that's rough, man. They get the ball to start on a 30-yard line. Like, it's putting that defense in a tough spot on their first drive.
wow, they should have got that first down. But honestly, they probably shouldn't have gone for it.
Now that's interesting. Is that Johnny Smith out there they're throwing that pass to? They're going to try to get him involved more in this game. He has not been very involved at all. It's been the Hunter Henry show, which was a surprise. So
Brady, I hate Brady, but he is the king of the QB sneak.
yeah, I actually, he has to be the most effective quarterback sneak quarterback ever. Oh, this is interesting. Going a little wildcat out here.
You're like a whole play ahead of this, and like my fantasy cast, my Yahoo app that I'm watching it on. Like you're a whole play ahead of both.
Interesting. That Johnny Smith was an interesting play, though. I'd be curious.
Like you're way ahead of even the freaking fantasy cast here.
No, I'm not. Or your fantasy cast, not mine.
I'll let you do whatever you want for the Chiefs game, but we're gonna cool it down for the Cowboys game here.
Well, we're gonna have to get off here, anyways. But
yeah, because that Vikings Panthers game is literally the slowest moving game in the history of the NFL ever. Because it has taken 20 minutes to get 1 second ticked off the clock and to get to overtime. I'm gonna miss a whole first quarter of the Dallas game.
Oh, yours isn't
game to tick off the last second and go to
yours
overtime.
Isn't showing into the fourth.
I'm showing end of fourth, yeah.
Okay.
But it's been like that forever. They missed that field goal. They had 1 second. It's been end of fourth, and we've ran like half of this quarter off the clock during that time. Like, I've never seen a game move as slow as that Vikings-Panthers game is. It's incredible.
I'm not even mad that I didn't start Damian Harris. He can go.
I didn't start him in roll tide, and apparently I should have.
I'm not even sad I didn't start him because I want him to fail, so.
I want him to snap his leg off this week, and then it'd be fine for next week so I can play him again.
Is that possible? Can we do that?
14-yard pass to Cortland Sutton. Yeah, I'm about ready to call this, man. That game's never going to overtime. It's just going to sit there. So.
Yep. I'm cool with that, man. Chat's kind of died down. Action has definitely died down in these games. So
got to get our plugs in real quick, though. Sloppy Sundays tonight at midnight Central. Tomorrow night, Panic Room right after Monday Night Football. Tuesday, we got new lineup, right? So we got Boom Buses that night at a normal time, 9 o'clock. What time is I forget the times and who's at which slot for the other two.
So if we're talking, let's go Central Time on all these. We have our Boom Bus Interactive at 9 p.m. But we have Fantasy Shot Callers will be on at 5:30 p.m.
Okay.
So that'll be 5:30 p.m. And then I'm actually not sure about Clock Management on what time that will be Tuesday morning. So that should be a Tuesday morning live show. I think that's 9:30 a.m. Central Time. So we should have a full day lineup probably on that. But we'll speak to that a little bit more probably tomorrow evening.
On Panic Room. Okay. And then, of course, we're back with Wall Street on Wednesday. And then we'll have Snoozers or Losers will be back this week at lunch on Thursday.
Yep. And then and on Tuesday, on Wednesday, we also will have Jay the Plug. We'll have an interview there, whether it's Pace League or just an interview. We'll have a video going there Wednesday as well. We should have another Tackling the Tailgate on Friday. Guys, we just got so many shows.
We have another Tackling the Tailgate this week?
I think he said he was going to go ahead and do one. I think he's going to switch his bye week there. So
very cool. I love that show.
Yeah. So that's where we're at, man. We got a whole week of shows. It's getting more and more packed, guys. We're trying to fill every second of every day with some fantasy football for you guys. So recruiting tons and tons of content creators, and we'll just continue to grow.
Yes, sir. All right. Otherwise, we appreciate y'all stopping in with and hanging out with us today. And it was a very interesting day of fantasy football.
For sure.
And, if we don't see you before then, we'll see you next week.
Bye, guys.